Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to week 2 of the inquiry proceedings. I see a couple of new faces around the table today, so perhaps I can maybe start with some initial introductions. My name is Karen Black, and my colleague is Robert Seaton. We are the reporters appointed by the Scottish Ministers to conduct this inquiry relating to the proposed wind farms at Clash Gour and Rothes 3. To my left, I see we have, on behalf of the Clash Gour applicant, we have Mr Trinnick, QC, accompanied by Kirsty Smith, solicitor, and I believe your witness today, Mr Trinnick, is Mr Blackett. Is that correct? Thank you. For the Rothes 3 applicant, we have Mr Gordon Steele, QC, accompanied by Nicola Martin, solicitor, and your witness, I believe, Mr Skelton.
Mr Nick Skelton, Madam, good morning. Yes, he's on my left at 2 down.
Thank you very much. On my right, we have Mr Brown, advocate on behalf of Moray Council, accompanied by Cameron Gregg, solicitor. Thank you. I recognise a few other faces from the local community groups sitting up at the far end of the hall. We have Mrs Ross from Speyside Community Council, Mr Higgs on behalf of Findern Community Council, and I believe Mr Hilditch has just joined us, is that correct, for Energising Moray? Thank you. We will also be joined later today by Mr Kennedy by video link on behalf of Elgin Community Council. So in terms of the programme for today, we will be hearing evidence from both the applicants in relation to the socio-economic impacts of both proposals. Starting with Mr Blackett for the Clash Gour applicant, who will be led by Mr Trinnick. Mr Brown for Moray Council will then cross-examine Mr Blackett. Mr Seaton and I may also have some questions before we hand back to Mr Trinnick for re-examination of his witness. We'll then follow the same process for the Rothes 3 witness to be led by Mr Steele. The programme for today also provides an opportunity for the community councils and Energising Moray to set out their respective cases. Mr Hilditch and Mr Kennedy will set out their respective position on socio-economic matters, and parties around the table may have questions following that for them. We will also hear from Mr Higgs on behalf of Findern Community Council, and Mr Trinnick for the Clash Gour applicant will then ask questions of Mr Higgs, and Mr Seaton and I may also have some questions. Now, in terms of procedural matters in relation to tomorrow's programme, we're aware of some email correspondence last night about the order of evidence for tomorrow, particularly in terms of the discussion on the proposed conditions. There has been a request to reorder the programme to allow for the proposed conditions to be discussed at the outset of the programme. Now, we're not quite sure if that applies to both applicants, and certainly in terms of the Clash Gour proposal, our intention was to cover the proposed condition in the proposed conditions in the morning. I'm assuming we've got that right, if that's agreeable to...
That is correct.
And Mr Brown, you're happy to deal with that, the conditions for Clash Gour in the morning?
Yes, Madam.
In terms of the Rothes 3 conditions, there's been some discussion when we arrived this morning about the order of evidence for conditions. I'm just wondering if Mr Steele had any thoughts on the order of evidence.
Well, Madam, perhaps I can assist further in that regard by dealing firstly with the question of noise, which is related to your point. We have received an email, somewhere I have it here, yes, 9:40 this morning, agreeing to the figures or the limits which I referred to last week. As a result of that, we now expect, we're just tabulating this now, but we now expect that there will be no need to lead a noise witness save for the conditions session. So that might free up some time tomorrow morning. And in addition to which, Madam, I've had a discussion, certainly with Mr Trinnick, and it's our expectation that today's evidence, as per your timetable, should finish around lunchtime. And I was going to raise the prospect of us leading Dr Claudia Garrett this afternoon, if you're agreeable to that. Otherwise, we might not have much business this afternoon. But the knock-on effect of all of that is that tomorrow morning should be free for conditions, subject, of course, to when Mr Chatterton is to give his video evidence. But I don't imagine that, in any event, is going to take very long.
Mr Brown, have you any comments on the noise matters?
Yes, Madam. Yeah, my understanding is that the levels have been agreed and that tomorrow we'll focus on the conditions.
I'm assuming from that we'd be quite happy, Mr Steele, you'd be quite happy to deal with the Rothes 3 conditions in the morning as well, on the back of the discussion for the Clash Gour conditions?
Oh, absolutely, Madam. I was imagining that both condition sessions could be dealt with happily in the morning. I don't know whether you intended to take Mr Chatterton first before that, but even if you do, I would imagine all three matters could be dealt with before lunch tomorrow.
I think in terms of arranging, we obviously have a video link for Mr Chatterton, so I think what we would propose to do is perhaps address the conditions first, and that would then allow Graham and his colleagues to contact Mr Chatterton to feed in straight after the conditions session.
That makes sense.
That would be our proposal.
Yeah.
Entirely in your hands, Madam. I'm just conscious that Mr Kelly did say that Mr Chatterton was going to attend in person. That may have changed again. I don't know, but I do recollect Mr Kelly saying that.
Not as far as we're aware, but we can certainly provide an update on that later in the proceedings today. But my understanding was that the test with Mr Chatterton was successful, and we will aim to speak to him by video link. But we can certainly confirm that later.
I suppose the only issue arises whether it would be better to hear from Mr Chatterton first thing, just in case anything he says touches on conditions. I don't know whether it will or whether it won't, but it may be noise or visual matters might become relevant. I don't know.
Okay, we'll confirm that at the end of the proceedings today. Mr Seaton and I will have a discussion about that and confirm it before we leave today. In terms of, you asked about the ornithology evidence. I think Mr Seaton and I our preference is to keep it in the programme for tomorrow. I don't know if anyone else has any comments to make on that from round the table. No. Again, we'll confirm that at the end of the proceedings today, but certainly that's our initial thinking, that we would stick with that for tomorrow's programme.
Madam, it's entirely a matter for you, but I can confirm that Dr Garrett is in the building. She would be available this afternoon, and it would have the advantage of reducing by one at least the number of people attending within the building if she was taken today, because she could then be released. But the inquiry programme's entirely a matter for you.
Yes, Mr Seaton and I will discuss that at the break and confirm that before we leave today, as soon as we can, in fact. Are there any other procedural matters to cover this morning?
Just one, ma'am, or in two parts. As I said to Mr. Seaton, the hearing in my right ear seems to have temporarily disappeared. So you'll have to watch out whether I'm yelling or whispering or what. I can't really hear, and make sure I can be heard. So I hope it gets better soon. The second point is really a matter of a question through you, well, to you about cross-examination of Mr. Blackett. He's here to give evidence, at least partly, on the basis of a mention in reason for objection 2 about impacts on tourism and recreation. I waited to say this until I cross-examined Carol Anderson, who readily confirmed that she gave no evidence on tourism as such. I know, having read the submitted evidence from Mr. Templeton, that he says not a single word. He says nothing in his evidence about tourism or recreation in terms of impacts on them. And those are the only two Murray witnesses. So I'm curious as to the basis on which Mr. Brown will be cross-examining Mr. Blackett in the absence of any evidence from his own witnesses. I welcome a response on that.
Well, just for the avoidance of doubt, sir, Madam, I associate myself with that because the same thing applies to my witness, Mr. Skelton. And clearly the Council cannot cross-examine on a matter in which they are leading no evidence.
Mr. Brown, any comments?
Yes, Madam. The intention is to cross-examine within the confines of the reports which have been produced by Mr. Skelton and Mr. Blackett. It's not to put propositions to either of them, because obviously, as my learned friends have said, the Council is not leading evidence, so it will not be a case of putting Council evidence to the experts. It's purely confined to their reports.
Well, I'm sorry, that tells us not a lot. If you're not cross-examining on the basis of your own evidence, then I don't think there's a right to cross-examine. I don't want fishing expeditions indulged in on the basis of no evidence. So I'm afraid I formally object to the cross-examination.
I agree and support that motion.
Do you have any further response, Mr. Brown?
Nothing beyond, Madam, that I'm entitled to test the basis of the reports. I've made it clear that it's not my intention to put anything to the witnesses other than what appears in the reports.
Come back once more, and then I'll shut up. I'm sorry, that's not the proper purpose of cross-examination. You cross-examine on the basis of evidence given by your witnesses. You don't indulge in some fishing expedition on the basis of somebody else's evidence when you produce none of your own. I maintain my objection.
Well, I do as well, Madam. There is no proper basis for the Council to cross-examine a witness when they are declining or refusing to lead evidence on the matter themselves. They're simply not entitled to do that. They might just get away with one or two points of clarification, but they're not entitled to cross-examine. It would be quite wrong.
I think on that basis, I will, on completion of Mr. Blackett's evidence and Mr. Skelton on that basis as well, I will be going round the table to ask parties if they have any questions of the witnesses. You want to say anything? If the questions are related to the factual evidence in the reports, I think I'm quite comfortable that we can proceed on that basis. If it's points of clarification, I think that's certainly within the remit of the questions that we'll be asking others to make around the table as well. Are we happy to proceed on that basis?
I'm very happy that Mr Blackett is cross-examined by Fendown Community Council. They've made assertions about tourism and they're entitled to test Mr Blackett on his evidence. The same applies to Marion Ross and Speyside Community Council. They've gone to the trouble of producing evidence against us on the topic. Absolutely fair. But I'm afraid that when I see a compromise like this, I get very worried. I'm afraid it's black and white. If the Council hasn't bothered to produce evidence at all, not a single word, in support of its assertions in reason for objection 2, it should not be allowed, whether you use the term clarification or testing the facts or cross-examination, to ask questions of Mr Blackett at all. Thank you.
I think we'll allow Mr Blackett to proceed with his evidence in chief at the moment. Mr Seaton and I will have a short discussion after that and confirm the position. Thank you.
Am I up and running?
Not quite yet.
Not
a few
quite
reminders,
yet.
Yes. Really, all I wanted to do was just our daily reminder about the inquiry rules. We do have a few new faces around the table, so just to remind everyone again that need to check in and out of the venue, maintain physical distancing in the venue and the inquiry room, wear a mask when circulating in the room and around the venue, and please also use the hand sanitizer stations provided by the hotel staff. Can I also remind everyone just to keep their mobiles on mute? So I'll now pass over to Mr Trinick. Thank you, Mr Trinick.
Thank you, Ma'am. While you were saying that, I remembered one more point I had, so my apologies. I ask the Council through you whether they feel there's anything that they want to draw to the attention of the inquiry this morning in terms of the evidence given by Mr Templeton. It's an open question.
Mr Brown?
I'm sorry, Mr Trinick, I don't follow.
Well, if you don't follow, that's fine. Something perhaps about a committee meeting next week you might want to brief us about before it gets too late?
Oh, yes, Mr Trinick, I will do that, but I need to get an update from my client first.
Okay, I call Mr Blackett.
Thank you.
Mr Blackett, I've notified to the inquiry the documents that will be needed for your evidence in chief. And you have your precognition and you have your inquiry report. You tell us in paragraph 1.2 of your precognition of your experience. I wonder if you just elaborate on that experience so far as wind farms are concerned.
Good morning. Yes, I have now worked on approximately 70 wind farm projects, and that has included both proposed wind farms and also reviews of wind farms that have already been developed. And in terms of inquiries and hearing processes, I have done a count, and I believe this is my 18th wind farm inquiry.
Thank you, Mr Blackett. I'll now leave you uninterrupted to read from 2.1 until the end of your precognition. I might cut out one or two passages, but carry on until I stop you.
Okay, thank you. So, Section 2 is entitled Economic Benefits. The social and economic benefits that are expected to be associated with the proposed Clash Gour Wind Farm arise from a number of sources, including construction phase economic benefits for the local and national economy, arising from the supply chain opportunities for local and regional businesses, and wider economic effects during the construction of the proposed development. Operational phase economic benefits for the local and national economy during the operation of the proposed development, including both employment opportunities and contract opportunities for local and regional businesses. Contributions to public finances, including the payment of non-domestic rates. Socio-economic and community benefits arising from a community benefit fund during the operational phase. And socio-economic and community benefits arising from projects funded by revenues generated for the community from a proposed shared ownership structure. Chapter 14 of the Environmental Impact Assessment Report, which is CD 1.2, presented an assessment of socio-economic effects, including an assessment of the potential economic benefits during construction and development phases on the local, regional and national economies. This included the direct impact of the project in terms of person years of employment and gross value added, GVA, a measure of economic activity that includes staff costs and profits and includes the impact of spending in the supply chain and staff spending. The assessment was undertaken by SLR Consulting. I have reviewed the assessment and consider it to be a reasonable assessment of the scale of economic benefits that can be expected. The expected benefits of the proposed development during construction have been estimated as 81.7 million GVA and 1,181 person years of employment in Scotland, including 26.7 million GVA and 391 person years of employment in Moray. The expected benefits of the proposed development during operations have been estimated as between 14 and 19 jobs in Moray and Scotland, including direct employment, employment in the supply chain, and employment supported by staff spending. In addition, the project would contribute to public services through taxation, including non-domestic rates, estimated at 2.7 million per annum. Community development. The applicant has also proposed contributing £5,000 per megawatt per annum to a community benefit fund, with an annual value of up to 1.125 million, 33.75 million over 30 years. Though it will depend on how the community decides to use this funding, it has been developed to meet local needs, and it was estimated that funding a mixture of social, environmental and economic projects could support 20 jobs and 0.9 million GVA annually in Moray. This could be furthered by the opportunity offered to the community to invest in the project and share of up to 5% of the profits. The shared ownership model is well developed. A Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, has been prepared, and that's CD 1.9 at Appendix 1B, which has been signed by 11 community organisations and countersigned on behalf of the applicant, while a further 6 community organisations have requested copies for signing. Depending on the commercial performance of the proposed development and the costs of finance, the model could be expected to generate somewhere between £10 million and £20 million in net revenues for community investors over the operational period. This revenue could support further economic activity, providing local communities with the resources to invest in social, environmental and economic projects that will address local needs and opportunities. In general, for any type of indirect benefit associated with a proposal, there is always a chance that circumstances change and the benefits identified at the planning stage are not delivered in a way that had been anticipated. This can be the case for local benefits in particular if local community groups do not have the skills and experience required to develop and manage projects that could be funded. However, in this case, the applicant has already worked extensively with community organisations, and the experience these organisations have generated, showing an evident level of organisation enthusiasm for the offer, means there can be confidence that the anticipated local benefits associated with community benefit and shared ownership will be delivered. This is emphasised by the fact that the Energise and Moray Group has been awarded a grant by the Scottish Government Community and Renewable Energy Scheme, CARES, and at the time of writing was in the process of commissioning advice on an appropriate corporate and financial structure and the types of projects which will best benefit the Moray economy and with a focus on climate change mitigation. It is receiving support from Local Energy Scotland, the organisation contracted by the Scottish Government to provide advice on local energy projects and shared ownership opportunities. The members of the group have been motivated by a desire to contribute to delivering environmental benefits, such as pursuing the objective of Moray becoming a net zero carbon community and addressing fuel poverty. Revenues arising from the shared ownership model are therefore expected to be reinvested in community energy projects, and so should generate local economic benefits, address fuel poverty and reduce carbon emissions from energy use across a range of sectors. Energising Moray has expressed an interest in becoming the Moray hub for climate action under the Climate Challenge Fund, a move which has been supported by the Moray Council and Highlands and Islands Enterprise, as explained in the Energising Moray Inquiry Report, CD 19.1. More details of the current status of the Energising Moray Group and the types of projects that could be supported by income from shared ownership are set out in the Group's Inquiry Report, CD 19.1, and the Elgin Community Council Inquiry Report, CD 23.1.
Don't worry about the CD references.
Okay. The approach taken by the applicant is entirely consistent with one of the central themes of the Moray Economic Strategy, place-based development. And I quote, "Empowering and supporting community organisations and social enterprises with the potential to generate significant benefits locally, together we can make it easier to improve outcomes and tackle the inequalities that some people experience." Moving to section 4, tourism. Findern Community Council's Inquiry Report claims that there will be an impact on the tourism economy and rural regeneration efforts, but provides no evidence to back this up, nor does it explain why such impacts could be expected. Speyside Community Council's Inquiry Report claims that there was some displacement of Scotland's tourism income before the COVID-19 pandemic, but provides no evidence to back this up. This claim is not consistent with the evidence that is available, such as the research undertaken by Bigger Economics, which finds no relationship between the development of onshore wind farms and tourism employment at the level of the Scottish economy, at local authority level, nor in the areas immediately surrounding wind farm development. There is no evidence to suggest that the proposed development will have any negative impacts on There is no evidence to suggest that the proposed development will have any negative effects on the tourism sector. The evidence is summarised in section 7 of my inquiry report. The relationship between wind farms and tourism is a well-researched topic. Studies include research undertaken by Bigger Economics, which concluded that published national statistics on employment and sustainable tourism demonstrates that there is no relationship between the development of onshore wind farms and tourism employment at the level of the Scottish economy, at local authority level, nor in the areas immediately surrounding wind farm development. These findings should not be surprising. Wind farms are now a well-established feature of the Scottish economy, and if there were any associated negative impacts on the tourism sector, they would be apparent by now. Economic recovery and transformation. The growth of the renewable energy sector was a priority for the Scottish Government prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. The importance of the sector as a driver of economic recovery and transformation is difficult to overstate, nationally and also particularly in areas such as Moray that are likely to have suffered disproportionately from the negative economic impacts of the pandemic. The proposed development will also contribute to realising the vision of the Moray Economic Strategy, in particular an increasingly diverse economy and generating opportunities that drive up average earnings.
I think we can leave your conclusions as read. Just a couple of extra points. Findern Community Council, you already recorded that they have concerns about tourism, and they say, and I'll quote it rather than bringing the document up, the impact on the tourism economy for Findern will be drastic and the local work on rural regeneration will be irreparably damaged. I think you want to offer a response to that.
Yes, I think, as I said in my recognition, that there's no evidence that wind farms damage the tourism economy. And I would also say, in relation to the rural regeneration point, that far from damaging rural regeneration, the proposal will create contract opportunities for suppliers and employment opportunities for local people. This is set out in more detail in my inquiry report, which is CD 14.8, in sections 4 and 5, so that's from page 3 of my inquiry report.
Second point takes us to the Murray economic strategy. Again, I think we could avoid bringing it up on the screen. I can quote, it's CD 532, page 16, which says, through empowering and supporting community organisations and social enterprises with the potential to generate significant impacts locally, together we make it easier to improve outcomes and tackle the inequalities that some people experience. How has the Clash Gour project in any way responded to what is said there?
I mean, this is exactly the approach that the applicant has taken, with considerable engagement with community organisations. So it might, given what it says in the Murray Economic Strategy, it might be reasonable to expect Murray Council to welcome this approach.
In his inquiry report, CD 16.3.1, at paragraph 325, Mr. Templeton suggests that renewable energy is not one of the key growth sectors identified in the Murray Economic Strategy, so that the project cannot be considered to support LDP policy PP2. Now, I'm not wanting to get into policy evidence, but in general terms, I think you want to respond to that.
Yes, if this approach was taken, it would imply that there would be no support for sectors other than the 5 identified in the strategy. So I've reviewed the Murray Economic Strategy, and this is clearly not its intention. The 5 sectors are identified as having growth potential, but the strategy doesn't suggest that these are the exclusive sources of growth. Rather, consistency with the strategy should be based on whether there would be a contribution to the 4 outcomes that the strategy sets out, which in fact Mr. Templeton does list in his inquiry report at paragraph 3.25.2.
In your inquiry report at CD 14.8 at paragraph 4.1, you tell us that the economic benefits which you discuss have been based on an installed capacity of 225 megawatts from Clash Gour. We know that Alison Sidgwick's evidence, CD 14.18 at paragraph 533, tells us that with improved turbine technology, the installed capacity could be just slightly more than 250, in fact 256 megawatts. First sounds very precise in that order anyway. What difference would that make to your report?
So yes, all of the economic benefits set out in my inquiry report are based on the assumption of 225 megawatts. And many of the benefits are sort of proportionate to the size of the project. So if it was a larger installed capacity of 256 megawatts, the economics would be greater than those quantified in my inquiry report, at least 10% greater than I set out.
So to be precise, at a level of 256 megawatts, about 10% more. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
In some inquiries, and you're not giving planning evidence, it's necessary to demonstrate that a project has national benefits. That is not, in fact, the case here. It's a matter of policy. But would you say that Clash Gour has or has not, would or would not bring benefits of national importance? I'd like your comment on that, please.
I think before COVID, it would have been difficult to argue that the project was of national economic importance, although the sector as a whole was. However, COVID changes this. Any large renewable energy project might now be considered to be of national importance. And COVID has taken the economy into a recession that's deeper than anything that's ever been experienced. So economic recovery is critical. And investments that drive economic recovery, whether we think locally or nationally, should really have three main features. The first is that they should be labour intensive in the short term. So that means...
Take it slowly, please.
They should be labour intensive in the short term. That is, generate a lot of short term job opportunities that replace those lost as a result of COVID. Secondly, they should improve economic competitiveness and productivity in the longer term. And thirdly, they should deliver wider benefits, contributing to other economic and social outcomes. Now, renewable energy projects such as this project are therefore ideal for delivering economic recovery because they have these three features. So they create those short-term job opportunities, in particular in the development and construction phase, as set out, in fact, in section 4 of my inquiry report. Secondly, they improve productivity in the economy in the longer term because the operational costs are much lower than other forms of electricity generation where fuel needs to be purchased. And thirdly, and crucially for this particular project, they deliver wider benefits, including environmental benefits such as decarbonising the economy, and in the case of this project, community development benefits via community benefit and the shared ownership proposals. So all of this explains why the Scottish Government's programme for government makes a commitment, and I have a reference here to a particular part of that document in the executive summary.
CD 1539, page 9.
If we go to page 9, yeah. Excellent. So we can see in that document on the second column where that sets out sort of the three sort of priorities for the programme of government. And the first bullet point, so the first of those three priorities, is that the programme for government commits to a national mission to create new jobs, good jobs and green jobs, with a particular focus on our young people, supporting, retraining and investing in our Green New Deal to tackle climate change. So you can see from that how the Scottish Government recognises how renewable energy projects are going to be crucial for the economic recovery.
Just an aside at that point, were you to be asked any questions about the planning materiality of community benefit and community ownership, or indeed non-business rates, what would be your answer?
So, yeah, as I said, planning is not my area of expertise, and Alison Sedgwick will give evidence on that. But I've heard this debate at other inquiries I've been involved in, and I'm familiar with SPP 169, which lists various considerations for energy infrastructure projects, including net economic impact. So my expertise is in identifying and quantifying those socio-economic benefits.
But the materiality you leave to Alison Sedgwick, or indeed to me, as a matter of legal submission.
Indeed, yes.
Okay. A couple more points only. We know that wind energy, and I'm not giving evidence here, it's very clear, has become well established in Highland and in Moray. It might be said, well, has this industry really delivered economic benefits to date in Highland and in Moray? And what would your view be on that?
Yes, I mean, there's no doubt the wind energy sector has delivered substantial economic benefits for the Highlands, including Moray. I mean, it's not always obvious because many professions work in the sector, from civil engineers to fencers to foresters. So sometimes people don't even realise that their neighbours are working in the sector. As well as working on proposals for wind farms, I've also undertaken studies that have looked at what has happened after they've been constructed. So I have some insight into whether what is said at the planning stage feeds through in terms of benefits for the Highland and Moray economy. I'm aware of many companies in the region that have grown as a result of wind farm developments, creating good employment opportunities and taking on apprentices, so build them for the longer term. And a firm like RJ McLeod would be a good example of this. And the evidence that this has happened can also be seen in population statistics. So the long-term population decline in the Highlands has been halted over the last 10 to 20 years, and the population's grown again in many parts. And had the employment opportunities that have come from wind energy not been available, people would have most likely left the region in pursuit of employment opportunities elsewhere, as previously happened in the Highlands.
And that evidence on population is your professional view based on the work that you have done?
Yes, extensive work that I've done on the Highland economy.
In your precognition, indeed in your inquiry report in more detail, you tell us about the approach that the applicant has taken to local and perhaps wider socio-economic issues. I'd like you to give the reporters your appreciation of the quality of that approach.
So yes, I mean, I've worked with many different developers, and they all take different approaches to community engagement and to how they seek to deliver socio-economic benefits. And I've been really impressed by the approach that this applicant has taken, and the high level of priority that's obviously been placed on socio-economic benefits and on community engagement. They've taken the delivery of local benefits seriously. And this can be seen by the time and effort on community engagement and on the work that has gone into designing a deliverable shared ownership scheme. And the applicant has been industry leading in this area. And this has been noticed and recognised. And for example, the applicant received a Green Energy Award for its community consultation.
That's for this project? For this project?
For this project, and
yeah.
Specifically for its community consultation on the whole area of shared ownership. And so on shared ownership in particular, this is amongst the most well thought out and developed schemes in Scotland.
In your evidence, you told us that obviously much depends on the part that the local community play as partners in bringing forward these benefits, the shared ownership offer. What are your views of the part that Energising Moray has played?
Again, I've been really impressed by what I've seen in terms of the energy and commitment of those involved in the Energising Moray group. With the support they're getting from the Scottish Government's CARES programme, I've no doubt that the shared ownership scheme can be delivered. The local community has embraced the opportunity enthusiastically and is motivated not by the revenue opportunity per se, but by the wider economic, social and environmental benefits that they'd be in a position to deliver.
Mr. Blacker, would you please stay there? The reporters may have some questions for you.
I think at this point we'll take a short break, I think, to allow Mr Seaton and I to discuss matters related to cross-examination issues.
But before we do, could you remind us of the exact terms of your objection again, Mr Tregg?
Certainly, sir. Yes, reason for objection 2 alludes to impacts on tourism and recreation. It doesn't deal at all with economic benefits or other impacts, solely tourism and recreation. It might be expected that Murray Council would have produced some evidence in support of its assertions about tourism and recreation, specifically in terms of Mr. Blackett's evidence, tourism rather than recreation. I noted what was submitted. I asked Carol Anderson, based on her comments about the romance of whisky country, whether she was making a case based on tourism against the development, as opposed to simply giving evidence on landscape and visual impacts. Her response was short and clear: no, I'm not. So far as Mr. Templeton's evidence is concerned, we've checked very thoroughly. There's not a single shred, not a word of evidence against Clash Gour on the basis of tourism impacts. Nor, it has to be said, apart from a very short reference to the Murray Economic Strategy, which is not evidence against the project, it's a reference. Is there anything within Mr. Templeton's evidence about tourism, indeed about socio-economic effects at all? On that basis, I don't think that Murray Council are entitled to cross-examine Mr. Blackett. If there's a point of clarification, and strictly clarification, fine. But in terms of cross-examination, as we understand it, they're not entitled to do so. And I would object to any such cross-examination. Thank you.
Mr Brown, you want to add anything before we break?
Yes, Madam. The points I have are largely clarification, going through the report. The other thing which I should observe is that obviously on Friday we heard from, or Mr Steele was permitted to examine Carol Anderson, even although no evidence was led or has been led by Rothes 3 about the Clash Gour proposal.
Sorry, could you repeat that last bit?
Even although no evidence was led by Rothes 3 about the Clash Gour proposal, and no objection was made by Mr Trinnick to that process either.
But with respect, I didn't ask anything about Clash Gour. I was only asking about Rothes 3.
Hence, I didn't object.
Well, we'll take that away, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
And so you may want to consider this. I support absolutely what has been said by Mr Trinnick in his objection, and I simply draw attention to the few words that occur in the reasons for objection from Murray Council in relation to our proposal. There's no mention of economic matters at all. What it talks about is diminishing recreational and visitor experience, which is a rather different matter. So there is no basis for the Council cross-examining us for two reasons. One is there's nothing in the reasons for objection, and two, they have in any event lodged no evidence in accordance with the rules. I think I should perhaps make clear that the reason to read in its entirety clearly refers to landscape and visual matters and overpopulation with wind farms. It's got nothing whatever to do with economics.
Okay, we'll take a short break and we'll come back at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Sir, I'm grateful for all of that. One practical matter, because we have to order our lunch and it comes, the soup comes hot. When would you be intending to have the lunch break in that case, if at all?
Well, I do hope to have a lunch break. I would propose to have a lunch break directly after Mr. Kennedy's evidence.
So perhaps if we order ours for, say, 1:30, would that be?
Yes, I think that should be fine.
And I'm looking at those upstairs. I'm sure you've heard when we're having lunch. The second, much more minor matter, sir, altogether, of course, is I'm rather hoping you've upheld my objection as well as Mr. Tunick's, because it's on the same basis, but it's not as important as our soup, I have to say, but I'm hoping you're with us on that too.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's very rude of me, Mr. Steele. Yes, I'll uphold your objection too.
Thank you, sir.
So on that basis, we'll move over to Mr. Brown. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. In light of that ruling, I will reserve the points which I wish to make in submissions. The points, when I reviewed them over the break, are actually covered in Mr. Blackett's report and in the EIAR, so I will draw attention to those as appropriate rather than ask further questions at the moment.
So you've no further questions on to Mr. Blackett then?
No, Madam.
Thank you. Okay. What I would like to do is offer the opportunity to the local community groups to ask questions of Mr. Blackett, should they so wish. So I'll perhaps start with Mr. Higgs. Do you have any questions on behalf of Findern Community Council for Mr. Blackett?
Yes, please. I'm not sure whether this is a question or just a response to the assertion that Findern Community Council didn't provide suitable evidence in relation to the tourism. I apologise if that is the case. We're not particularly have little expertise in this area. What we did in relation to the tourism, we took a combination of comments from people who operate tourist business in the area, and we also did some internet research. So we referred to a series of websites around one called Science Direct, and I have in front of me 4 abstracts of research which has been done into wind farms and the effect on tourism. They're only abstracts, I'm afraid, because we didn't pay the subscription to get into the entire research. But the 4 abstracts, one from Germany, one from the Czech Republic, one from Denmark, and one from Iceland.
Sorry, Mr. Higgs, sorry to interrupt you. Is this, has this information been provided to us as part of the evidence to the inquiry?
It hasn't, no. But I would ask the question, given that by simply doing some research through Google, we can find substantial research which suggests that there is a conflict between wind farms and tourism, why should we believe the evidence that has been submitted by bigger economics when we shouldn't believe the evidence which is freely available on the internet?
With greatest respect, Mr. Blackett cannot be expected to answer that question.
Would you like to make any comment in respect of any evidence that maybe contradict your own evidence in that respect, in general terms?
In general terms, my inquiry report sets out the current position in terms of the research evidence on wind farms and tourism. And that sort of quality research that has gone through all the proper procedures. and I'm aware of no research that has gone through the proper procedures that challenges any of those conclusions. And I should say I have done a thorough review of that topic.
Mr Higgs, if you have any other questions, can I just perhaps ask if you could base it on the Mr Blackett's report, any information that's in that report?
I wasn't actually expecting to do any cross-examination of this, so I haven't prepared any questions, so nothing further from myself.
No, that's fine. If you have any other general questions, feel free. If you have anything else that you want to ask, happy to do that if you wish.
Oh, I mean, that's fine for me, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll offer the same opportunity to Mr Hilditch. Do you have any questions, general questions for Mr Blackett?
Excuse me, can I?
That's fine.
May I ask some questions?
Yes, Mrs Ross, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I'm going back to the jobs during the construction phase. For a layperson, that data meant absolutely nothing. Could you explain, during the construction phase, how many full-time equivalent jobs will there be in Murray? I think it was 2.4.
So yeah, my inquiry report at section 4 sets out the construction impacts. So if we go to paragraph 4.15 on page 4, that's probably the place to refer to. Yeah, just a bit further down. Excellent. Yeah, so I presume here the issue that you would like me to address is around this terminology of person years of employment.
Yes.
So the reason that has been used and is generally used for the construction phase of any kind of development is because the construction phase will last for a fixed period of time. And in that time, there will be some employment opportunities that will last for the whole construction period. There'll be some where it's shorter term figures. So in order to be able to add all of those together, we have to have a sort of common measure of that. And so that common measure is person years of employment, which is defined, I guess, just in the way you might expect from a lay perspective, that one person year of employment is the equivalent of one full-time job that lasts for 1 year. So in the level of the Murray economy, the estimate is that over the construction period, there would be 391 person years of employment.
Okay. I've got another question on evidence that was provided about the effects on tourism. Would you agree that there's a variety of research, documentation, research undertakings that do not all come to the same conclusion, that there is negligible or no effect on tourism? Would you acknowledge that?
No, I wouldn't acknowledge that, no. The evidence on tourism is very clear. It's a well-researched topic, and the conclusions from that research are that there are no evidence to suggest that wind farms have a negative impact on tourism. What there have been over the years is there have been various publications that campaigning groups have produced, which have been discussed at previous wind farm inquiries, and their shortcomings have been discussed as well, and no weight has been attached to those for that reason. So in terms of all the professionally undertaken research, the findings are really quite clear, and that includes some work undertaken by Bigger Economics that I led, looking at the topic of wind farms and tourism. And the reason we undertook that project is because we do lots of work in the renewable energy sector, and we also do lots of work in the tourism sector. So we were very interested in whether there was a relationship between the two sectors, if one might harm the other. And so we basically went to look for the evidence, and that included both a review of all the previous research that had been done, and we also looked around wind farms that had already been developed to see whether there was any pattern in terms of tourism employment in those areas compared with elsewhere in the local authority area and elsewhere in Scotland. And we found that there was no relationship at all, not even a correlation, never mind any causation.
You also spoke at length about community benefit and community ownership. Now, neither of those items are a material consideration in a planning process. Would you agree?
That's not my area of expertise. My area of expertise is quantifying the benefits.
You have no more questions, Mrs. Ross? No, thank you. Mr. Seaton and I have a few questions for you, Mr. Blackett, if you just bear with me. My first question relates to paragraph 4.9 of your inquiry report, in which you confirm that several local suppliers provide on-site infrastructure, and the applicant has identified haulage contractors, aggregate suppliers, and a number of others. When you say local suppliers, do we have any evidence that these are actually from within Moray itself?
These would be a mix. So some of them would be elsewhere in the Highlands, but several of them are based within Moray, yes. So I've seen a list of the actual businesses, but didn't necessarily want to name them. I wasn't sure that was appropriate, but I've seen the list and have checked that these businesses exist and undertake these services, and some of them are based in Moray. I guess actually the other point that might be worth making related to that, some of the firms that might not be based, they might not have their operational premises within Moray, but might be based elsewhere in the Highlands. The way they have operated in other wind farm developments is they've recruited from the local economy. So they might look for apprentices or full-time employees in the local area.
And can I take you to paragraph 418? And there's reference made to this is for the operational phase, there would be between 14 and 19 jobs created. Is that over the 30-year period? I don't know if I've read that right. That's a total figure for the 30-year period, or perhaps you can correct me on that?
No, I mean, these could be considered because the operational phase lasts for so long. These are like permanent jobs, so you would expect this level of employment on average over each year of the operational phase. Now, obviously, not all these jobs are on site. Many of them are based in off site and in the supply chain to the operational services, as well as local businesses that might benefit from staff spending in the local economy.
I'm also really interested in practical terms, how are the operational jobs, how are they contracted? Do the on-site technicians and the engineers, are they employed on a particular wind farm, or do they work across various wind farms? Is it specific to a single development?
It tends to be a real mix, actually. So often somebody will be either employed in a particular project if there's something that needs to be done that is of that takes sufficient time, that requires a person, or where that's not the case, somebody might be employed to work over several different sites. And in many other cases, it will be a contract to a supplier. So the staff who work for that supplier, again, will work over several sites. So in terms of the individuals, it's likely that there'll be more than 14 to 19 individuals. There'll probably be many more than that working partially on the site. So these would be like full-time equivalent positions.
Yes, that's what I was alluding to. I just wondered whether there was an element of double counting or...
No, these would be the additional figures.
Okay.
So if the wind farm didn't happen, these jobs wouldn't happen.
And in terms of the environmental impact report itself, Chapter 14, I don't know if we have that on screen, but I'll perhaps quote that to you. There's reference in the report itself which states that Moray has a much higher than average proportion of its workforce in skilled trades, the skilled trades occupations compared to Scotland as a whole. Do you want to have a look at that? Have you?
Yeah.
No. That's CD 1.2, Helen. Paragraph 14.46. .46. Yes, the paragraph in the EIR report, it refers to Moray having a much higher than average proportion of the workforce in skilled trades compared to Scotland as a whole. The table just below the paragraph there, I think, indicates yes, almost 21% of the population compared to 11% in Scotland. Do you have any evidence that these skilled trades are employed in the wind farm industry per se? Is there a more detailed breakdown as to where they are actually employed?
So, yeah, I wasn't the author of this chapter, although I have reviewed it, and I'm very happy with what's in the chapter. So maybe a useful way of answering this question might be to explain why this analysis is done. So that what the author's looking to do here is, so on the one hand, we have information on the opportunities that will be available from the wind farm construction. So that tells us, if you like, half of what we need to know in terms of looking at the potential local benefits. What we also need to understand is whether the people and companies exist in the local economy that might have the skills required to take up those posts. So that what we're looking for here is not whether or not these people are already working in the wind sector, but whether they might have the right sort of skills required to fulfil the roles required. And the fact that this shows that Moray has a higher than average proportion in these areas would suggest that Moray could have an above average local impact compared with a wind farm based somewhere else. Does that answer the question?
I think what I was really alluding to is whether we had the detailed information as to where these skilled trades people, if you like, whether they were actually employed in the wind farm, and if so, what proportion. But I appreciate it may not be information that you have.
Yeah, so the way the statistics are published, you can get two types of breakdown. So this one here, I guess, is about occupational types. And if we actually scroll down a couple of pages to, in fact, the next page, table 14.6, Ben has it by sector. Now, one of the issues about getting such data is that the standard industrial codes that are used by the Office of National Statistics doesn't have a code for onshore wind sector. And I made some reference to this when I was given evidence earlier in the context of the impact that this sector is already making. Is sometimes it's not realised, partly for that reason, because the businesses in the sector might be classified as a construction business or a transport business or an economics business indeed, and it won't necessarily be recorded that they're working in the sector. So therefore, to understand the benefits from the sector perspective, what's generally done is we look at previous projects and look at what has happened in previous projects. And that gives us a good baseline to understand that what might therefore be expected to happen in this case, whilst taking account of the structure of the local economy, this sort of data that we've been looking at.
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Seaton may also have some questions for you.
Just in relation to the study of previous projects, have you published any analysis of any particular previous projects that you've dealt with, an analysis of the magnitude of socio-economic impact of wind farm development?
Yes, is a short answer. Several different reports. So
post-construction?
Post-construction, yeah. So the most significant of those would be work that we undertook, but was commissioned by the Department of Energy and Climate Change, as it was at the time, jointly with Renewable UK, which looked at, and in fact, I'm not sure whether no, actually it's not in the list of documents, and it looked at, I think it was 18 wind farm projects across the UK, but the majority of which were in Scotland. And that was updated since it was originally published in 2012, and so had looked at the sort of major projects that had been constructed over the previous 5 years or so. And that was then updated in 2015. Looking at, I can't remember how many we added, it was another dozen or so were added of projects that had been constructed. More recently, some work that was published by SSE Renewables was based on work that we had undertaken for them, looking at their projects in the Great Glen. So it was wind farm projects and also hydro projects. And we've also undertaken a case study on Gordon Bush wind farm, which again has been published. So, yes, quite a lot of research on that topic.
But it's not before us, no. Those documents are not before us.
No, I don't. No, they're not. But what they have done is they've informed the assumptions on which the economic analysis has been based. So they provide the benchmark against which we say, well, given what's happened on previous projects, given the scale of this one and the structure of the Moray economy, what might we expect here in terms of the Moray impacts, the Highlands and Islands impacts, and the Scotland impacts? So I guess just to be clear about that, then, what we've quantified is not the potential economic benefit; it's an assessment of what we might expect to happen. So what proportion of the total opportunity that exists might be captured at the local, regional, and Scottish levels. And if anything, that could be an underestimate, because what we've found over time is that the local content tends to grow. As I guess more local businesses get experience in the sector, the local and regional impacts tend to grow over time when there have been several developments in the area.
So you've mentioned, just on that point, you've mentioned the 391 person years of employment. Is that how much of that would you expect to be in Moray?
That's all Moray. So that is the estimate for the Moray level of employment.
And that compares to rather over 50,000 people of working age in Moray. How significant is that?
I mean, I guess it goes back to the context we're currently in, and the number of people who've not been in employment over the last few months makes it, it's already quite a big number in the context of the economy. If you think about the economy in good times, growing at maybe 1 or 2% a year, then if you're adding, a level of employment that is of that scale or even greater that scale, that would already be noteworthy. If we're in an environment where there's been a huge, at the moment people on furlough and unfortunately likely to be, at least in some cases, unemployed, it makes these positions even more important in terms of the future of the economy.
And of the 14 to 19 permanent jobs, how many of those would be in Moray?
So the majority of those, I think the 14 is the estimate for Moray, and the 19 is the estimate for Scotland. And that's somewhere in the EIA document.
Thanks. I'll check back for that. That's fine. Now, you said, I think I noted your words correctly, there's no evidence to suggest a negative effect on tourism from the proposed development. That's not quite the same as saying there's evidence of no effect, is it?
No, it's not quite the same. So, which goes back to, I mentioned that I've undertaken research in this area, and that evidence is before us. And the reason I did that was because this was an issue. So I went and looked for evidence either way. Is there anything to suggest positive or negative impacts? And if there's an absence of something, it's pretty much impossible to prove that absence. So what you're looking for is evidence of a relationship if it exists. And we went looking for that evidence and couldn't find it. And the way we did that was we looked for where we would be most likely to find it. So if we think about the proposition for why people might fear that there could be negative impacts on tourism, it's because the proposition would be some people might not like wind farms and therefore might be less likely to decide to visit an area that has them. And so if that was true, what we would expect to find would be in those areas where there were wind farms, we would expect to find some evidence of a decline in tourism in some way compared with what's happened everywhere else, because there are clearly other drivers of tourism, but we would expect the wind farm areas to be different if indeed wind farms were a driver of tourism activity. And where we looked is basically the best statistics that exist in terms of local effects are employment statistics, because you can get them at quite a local area. You can't really get visitor numbers at an area. They tend to be sort of national and regional statistics. So to get a feeling for very local effects, we looked at tourism employment. And so, yeah, we looked at it in a number of ways. We looked at Scotland as a whole. So had there been, had there apparently been any effect on tourism as the number of wind farms has increased? And we found, well, tourism had grown whilst the number of wind farms had increased. We looked at local authorities. So was there any difference in terms of those local authorities that had more wind farms than others? Could you see that in the tourism employment figures? And then we also looked at the local areas around wind farms, and we defined that as approximately 15 kilometres or so radius of wind farms, again, to see whether there was any effect. And we undertook a correlation analysis to see whether there had been any effect over time. And the conclusion from that was no. There was no correlation. I mean, actually, the study found that the closest there was actually a positive effect, but it wasn't quite a strong enough correlation to begin to conclude that there was a positive impact.
Can you get employment figures for 15 kilometres around a wind farm?
Yes, you can get employment figures for the small area statistics. They are called, and they tend to be for the areas are sort of approximate to sort of council wards, or well, actually not the old council wards before we had multi-member constituencies. It was at that sort of level, so really quite localised. And so it's not, you can't draw a 15-kilometre radius round and get the exact data, but you can look at the data areas and get a sort of best match to what a 15-kilometre radius is. So it's approximately 15 kilometres rather than exactly. Yeah, I should have perhaps said that the document I'm referring to that has all of this research is CD 8.5.
Now, I don't need to, I'll read you this. It's from document CD 8.7 on shared ownership. It's not necessary to go there, but it essentially says the financial benefits. It's on shared ownership, so I think you'll be familiar with it. It's Scottish Government good practice guidance on shared ownership. And it says the financial benefits arising to owners from ownership of any development is not a material consideration in determining the acceptability of the development in planning terms. While financial considerations can be relevant to a planning decision, something which is funded from the development or otherwise offered by the renewable energy business will not, by virtue of that, only of that fact, be sufficiently connected to the proposed development to be a material consideration. In respect of the shared ownership scheme, are you claiming any benefits other than those financial benefits or schemes directly arising from the financial benefits of shared ownership?
There's no doubt that there would be, given the, I guess, the motivation for the community group that is looking at this. I guess the issue we have at this stage of development is that the Energise and Murray group are currently working up ideas for how any proceeds might be spent on projects. And really, it's not until we have some idea of what these projects might be that we can then quantify what the benefits might be. So at the moment, all we can do is quantify the financial benefits and note that the group looking at this is motivated by sort of zero carbon and fuel poverty type projects. And so it might be reasonable to expect them to reinvest in those priorities. And there's no doubt that that will lead to economic, social and environmental benefits for the local community as a result.
That's the community benefit rather than the shared ownership. I think you're answering. But
also from the shared ownership, from the money being reinvested in projects that deliver these benefits.
But those benefits would all derive from the financial benefit. Is that correct?
At least indirectly. I mean, it's likely that what would happen is once there's a revenue stream from shared ownership, it then becomes much easier to raise other funds. So they might say, we've got this idea for a community energy project in one of the towns. We have some money from the shared ownership scheme to invest in this, and they might attract other public funding or indeed private sector investment to sit alongside that. So the financial revenue arising is key, but it can also help to attract other funding over time.
So I just had one other question about the way that the local area of influence was, the study in the chapter has, in the EIA report, examines a local area of influence and a wider area of influence of the proposed development. And the local area of influence is defined as the area extending 5 kilometres from the site. Now, I was wondering why you chose, or why you think, obviously you didn't write the chapter, but whether you think that's an appropriate measure of a local area of influence, and whether it might not be, that's the first question, but the related question is whether it might not be more appropriate to have an area of influence, a local area of influence that related to the primary effects of the proposed development, such as significant visual effects.
Yeah, well, I mean, as you mentioned in the question, I didn't write the chapter, so didn't make the decision, but I have written other chapters, and so I've been through the same thinking process. And there's more than one study area in the chapter, I think, that reflects that. So we have estimates of the economic impact at the Murray level, at the Highlands and Islands level, and the Scottish level. I guess with that local area of influence, the author was looking for anything that might be associated with a development that might stop some other activity happening. And so they were looking at the immediate vicinity of the wind farm for those sorts of effects. So it's not about whether you could see it, it's about whether, if you like, you might interfere with some other sort of economic or social activity. So a more local area seemed appropriate. And we've certainly taken a similar approach in other studies.
Thank you, Mr. Blackett. I don't know if Mr. Trinick has anything further in re-examination.
Just a couple of points, if I may. It's really coming back to you, sir. The information you sought from Mr. Blackett about the studies which are not before the inquiry, obviously it may give rise to issues in terms of other people asking questions about material which comes in after Mr. Blackett's finished his evidence, but I just record that we're very happy to put whatever you want before the inquiry in terms of those studies. So I'll let you come back to us if you want them. So far as benefits in Murray are concerned, you know that the boundary of Murray and Highland is very close to the west of the site, and then it wraps around the south of Paul's Hill, going right into the Spey Valley. So would it be fair to say that most of the area, however you define it, within, let's be arbitrary, let's say within 20 kilometres, I say probably more than half of the areas within Highland as opposed to Murray?
Yeah, which I think is why in the environmental impact assessment, looking at it from a regional point of view as well as a local point of view makes a lot of sense.
Yes, indeed. So again, just to record, in terms of materiality, you'll be itching to get to grips with materiality. You may be disappointed in the evidence to some degree. As far as I'm concerned, it's substantially a matter for submissions. So that's where you'll get and I will give you submissions on materiality. Your inquiry report at 520 on page 8, the revenues are between 10 and 20 million pounds. You say net revenues. So is that distributable income before tax or after tax?
That would be after tax, revenues available to be invested in other things.
To be invested. So that's the available income, and that's the income that you say might provide more indirect benefits through investment elsewhere, possibly helped by match funding. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, any match funding would be over and above those figures.
I'm grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Trinick, and thank you for your contribution, Mr. Blackett. Thank you. I think we'll take a short break and come back to hear the evidence from Mr. Skelton.
Thank you, Madam. I take it he should sit at that witness table over there.
We'll probably ask the staff to clean this table. What would suit you? Can you see this table yourself, Mr. Steele?
I can, not as well as that one over there, but it's really whatever suits you. I don't want to.
Okay, we're happy for him to sit, Mr. Skelton, to sit over here if he wishes. That's fine, on this side.
If you're happy with that, Madam.
Yeah. Okay, if we come back at 12 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah, right, we're recording, good. I was asked to repeat the ruling that we made in respect to Mr. Trinick's objection, simply because it wasn't caught on the webcast. So I'll repeat that now. So I want to confirm the ruling we gave in respect to both Mr. Trinick's and Mr. Steele's objection, to Murray Council's cross-examination of Mr. Blackett and Mr. Skelton, respectively. We upheld those objections. We permitted Mr. Brown to cross-examine solely on the matters raised in Mr. Templeton's report, but we permitted him to ask open questions, questions for clarification otherwise, which would include open questions, generally speaking. Mr. Trinick separately asked about whether we would like further documents submitted that Mr. Blackett referred to in evidence. I think I've looked at Mr. Blackett's CD 8.5, the study there. I think that's an example of his work, and I wouldn't want to bring in more documents that other parties might feel was unfairly brought in at this stage. So I think we'll suffice with CD 8.5. And just one other thing, organisationally, the order for tomorrow, just so that we can give a definite time to Mr. Chatterton, we're proposing to have Mr. Chatterton's evidence first tomorrow, so at 10 o'clock, and then we would move on to the conditions session.
I support that. That's good.
Okay, I think we'll pass over to Mr. Steele to lead your witness, Mr. Skelton. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I was going to raise the issue that apparently the signal had dropped earlier, but it may be that the announcement you've just made, sir, takes account of that, but there was something missing for a few minutes upstairs. So my next witness is Mr. Nick Skelton, and in all the circumstances, Madam, sir, if you're content, we're going to go through this really quite rapidly because you've heard much of the same already from Mr. Blackett. So we will only be looking at the precognition and only parts of the precognition unless you would wish it otherwise. Mr. Skelton, could you read, please, 111, which is an introduction, and then we'll jump forward.
I'm Nick Skelton.
Now, firstly, Mr. Skelton, could you please speak into the microphone?
Okay. I'm Nick Skelton, Director Planning and Economics with Stantec UK Limited, Infrastructure and Development Consultants. I'm a development economist and planner. I have a Master of Arts degree in Social Science and a Master of Science degree in Urban Development. I'm a member of the Economic Development Association Scotland and a member of the Institute for Economic Development. I have over 30 years' experience of economic and infrastructure development, including energy generation and transmission across public and private sectors. I've prepared the ES Socioeconomic and Tourism chapter for more than 25 onshore wind and other energy projects and over 50 area regeneration strategies. I have prepared regeneration monitoring frameworks and business plans for visitor facilities. I have expertise in sector analyses and the economic benefits of infrastructure improvement, and I've lectured on socioeconomic analysis in environmental impact assessment. My experience includes 5 years as partner with Roger Timmer Partners, 7.5 years as equity director with Peter Brett Associates, and 2 years in my current role. In March 2020, Stantec was commissioned by Fred Olsen Renewables Limited to review the assessment of socioeconomic tourism and recreation impacts for the proposed second extension to the Rothes wind farm as described in Chapter 15, Socioeconomic Context of the Environmental Impact Assessment Report, and that's CD 3.2, and the additional information, which is CD 312. Stantec was also commissioned to prepare an economic impact assessment of FORL's investment in the construction and operation of its Rothes 1 and Rothes 2 wind farms, and that's CD 15.6.1b. I directed all technical analyses and wrote the economic impact assessment.
Yeah. Mr. Skelton, could we now go to paragraph 1.3.2, but could you please make certain to speak directly into the microphone? It's some distance away from you.
Okay.
I apologise for asking you to do that, but some are not hearing terribly well.
Okay. The objection lodged by Save Wild Murray, which is CD 4118, concerns the absence of a detailed tourism impact assessment in the Rothes 3 wind farm EIAR, stating that possible tourism impacts should be considered in the assessment of net economic impact. I have prepared such an assessment as part of my inquiry report. The objection, though, is only taken slightly further in SWM's inquiry report, which is CD 18.1, making a single reference at paragraph 63, claiming potential adverse effects on local tourism. I note no specific or comparative evidence has been led or referred to in its support. Those from Moray Council core document 3.8, and Speyside Community Council, core document 4.126, claim that tourism will be adversely affected as the Rothes 3 extension would diminish the recreational and visitor experience, affecting the area's attractiveness. Paragraph 212, the Council objected in terms of the considered unacceptable significant landscape and visual impacts that would arise from the position and height of proposed turbines on the site, including cumulative impact, transportation issues and the impact on tourism and recreational interests. The Council maintained this position in its inquiry statement, and that's core document 13.3, noting at paragraph 23 that views from varying distances, such as those from Ben Rinnes, Ben Aigan and the A95 south of Abellao, would excessively diminish the recreational and visitor experience where the countryside would be overly populated with wind farm developments. And at paragraph 24, that the commonly held perception of the whisky country of Morayshire being characterised as open, unspoilt countryside would be likely to be diminished, and this could adversely affect the experience of visitors, deterring return visits, and the enjoyment of those seeking recreation in Moray.
Now, just stopping you there, Mr Skelton, for a second, have you seen any evidence from Moray Council indicating that there are economic issues in relation to this proposal?
I've seen none.
And secondly, have you seen any evidence lodged by the Council in relation to the few words that you've just quoted above relating to recreational and visitor experience? Have you seen that in any precognitions or inquiry reports of any witnesses to support these few words?
No.
Thank you. 1.3.5, please.
I have demonstrated that Moray and Speyside tourism will largely be unaffected by Rothes 3's extension. My analysis of tourism growth in the area supports this. Much of the renewable energy in and around this area has been developed between the early 2000s and the present day. Since 2010, Moray's tourism appeal and related infrastructure has increased at above national levels, where wind farm development having significant adverse effects on the tourism economy, this would not be the case. I also note that no major operators of tourism infrastructure, whether hoteliers, distilleries or other major interests, have objected to the proposal, despite several having made significant investment in their businesses recently. This includes Macallan's £140 million distillery and visitor centre, which has views east towards the Hill of Tyrie wind farm.
Could you then please turn to your conclusion section 1.5 to the end?
My review of the socio-economic assessments prepared for the EIAR and additional report, consideration of available evidence on the effects of wind farm developments in Scotland, and analysis of the socio-economic effects of the proposed wind farm extension show that Rothes 3's development, whether as specified for the original proposed development or the alternative proposed development, would have a positive effect on the local, Moray and wider economies. I note that with an additional 5 turbines, the original proposed development would generate a greater level of economic impact. I therefore agree with the EIAR that the project itself represents a further substantial investment in the local area by the applicant, which will provide additional employment and contracting opportunities which would not exist if the wind farm did not go ahead. The experience of Rothes 1 and Rothes 2 clearly shows substantial employment, investment and supply chain benefits have been secured in Moray from their development and operation. FORL delivered local, regional and national supply chain benefits in the construction phase through ongoing business liaison, and the same approach to procurement would be adopted in the construction of Rothes 3. My analysis of the tourism and recreation effects of the proposed wind farm extension show that Rothes 3's development would have negligible, if any, effects on the attraction of Moray and the Spey Valley to visitors or their related spending. Despite objections asserting otherwise, none of the objections has actually led any evidence to support their claims. I note the applicant has consistently demonstrated its willingness to develop a coordinated and resourced future development strategy with the community and its partners. This should be actively considered to promote the strategic development of the broader area.
Now, just one further matter, Mr Skelton, please. You heard the additional evidence of Mr Blackett, and his answers to questions that were asked. Do you agree or disagree with that additional evidence that he gave?
I agree with that additional evidence. I'm familiar with Mr Blackett's work, and indeed we've referenced it in our submissions to this inquiry, so I agree.
Mr Skelton, thank you. No further questions at this stage, but just pause a moment. Sir, it's been drawn to my attention from upstairs that there may have been a difficulty with your second ruling given, and I'm not sure that, even that was received. And I also know that your ruling about having Dr Garrett this afternoon was not broadcast either. We know about it clearly, so we're not troubled, but it suddenly occurred to me that others may be wanting to tune into that, in which event there may be merit in letting people know that she, in fact, will be on this afternoon rather than tomorrow. I'm not clear whether it dropped out or whether the broadcast hadn't started in time. I simply don't know.
I think we'll perhaps come back to that when Mr Skelton's evidence is complete, if everyone's happy to proceed on that basis, and Mr Seaton will confirm the position in terms of the situation, the matters related to ornithology, etc., and the ruling after we've completed Mr Skelton's evidence.
I'm perfectly happy. I simply draw it to your attention now because anyone
Yes.
viewing online might be surprised that there's no cross-examination from the Council, and they wouldn't realise actually it's been ruled as inappropriate and inadmissible. But I'm perfectly relaxed either way.
Okay. We can perhaps confirm the position then in that case.
So, just once more for the webcast, I want to confirm the ruling that we gave in respect of Mr Trinick's and Mr Steele's objections to Murray Council's cross-examination of Mr Blackett and Mr Skelton, respectively. We upheld those objections. We permitted Mr Brown to cross-examine solely on the matters raised in Mr Templeton's report. We permitted him to ask questions for clarification otherwise, which would generally be open questions. As regards ornithology, we agreed to take Dr Garrett's evidence this afternoon, and as regards the order for tomorrow, we propose to take Mr Andy Chatterton first at 10 o'clock, followed by the condition sessions for the two proposed developments. So that's a change to the order for tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
I hope that's got through this time.
We'll come back to you if there's any difficulties, sir. We're in direct communication with upstairs.
Thank you. And on that basis, I'll turn to Mr Brown to ask if he has any questions.
No, Madam, thank you.
Thank you. Can I perhaps just go to the local community groups again? Do any of the groups have any questions that you'd like to put to Mr Skelton?
Yes, please, Madam. I'm interested to just try to understand a little bit more than just the masses of statistics that's come across in these types of reports. You mentioned quite a lot about the actual tourist and recreation assets, the motivation of people coming to the area. Can you talk me through exactly what market research that you've actually done in relation to the tourism in Speyside?
The research that we've done has been based on existing evidence, and that reflects evidence such as that's quoted in the Murray Tourism Strategy. It's also referred to in section 13 of my inquiry report regarding trends in Murray tourism. There's been no specific market research undertaken of tourism impact. We have not undertaken a questionnaire for this piece of work, so we're reliant solely on official statistics and comparable reports which have been produced by the likes of Bigger Economics, other companies.
Okay. For example, I am to have spent 30 years in the Scotch whisky industry in senior production positions. I was interested in your observations about Macallan's £140 million investment. I appreciate you say there was no objections. Did you actually speak to the operators of the distilling industry to ascertain their views on any potential impact of this development?
As part of this exercise, we haven't engaged in individual consultations. Given the period of time that the work was undertaken in, it was possibly more difficult than most other times might have been. That said, the distillers, the operators of visitor attractions have had ample time to register their views on the Rothes 3 extension, particularly more so given the extension via the COVID restrictions. So in terms of the opportunities through the original proposed development, its submission, the alternative proposed development and its submission, I think there's been ample opportunity for the whisky industry to record its objection if indeed it has one.
Okay, thank you. It's really because I'm trying to get a grip on the statement that you make in item 3.342, which states, whilst we acknowledge that there may be a tipping point at which the proliferation of wind farms could detract from an area's overall appeal as a visitor destination, there is no basis to conclude that such a point would be reached in this case. I'm just trying to work out, if you can help me, what's the analysis that you've actually done to come to the conclusion that the tipping point hasn't already been reached or won't be reached by future developments?
Sir, Madam, I'm not going to take an objection to Mr Higgs, but I do draw attention to the fact that his objection is not to Rothes, but actually to Clash Gour. Obviously, this is a local resident who should be cut some slack, but at the same time, there's no objection at all, as I understand it, in the precognition or documentation from Mr Higgs or his community council.
Madam, I make my apologies. I was taken aback by the proceedings. I am a complete novice to this. I've made references in the community council's submission to the impact on tourism. I wasn't mentally prepared when Mr Blackett was giving his evidence. I've read through some material. I've come to some questions. I think the questions are equally relevant to Clash Gour as they are to the Rothes development. I apologise for the fact that I'm raising them during the Rothes one rather than the Clash Gour.
I think Mr Steele hasn't objected to your question, so we can carry on.
I think you were referring to paragraph 3.42 of Mr Skelton's inquiry report, is that right?
Yes, Madam. I'd just like to understand what analysis has been done to conclude that the tipping point in terms of the developments across Murray has not yet been reached or will not be reached.
The tipping point is a reference to the effect on the tourism industry of potentially adverse effects of infrastructure development. And that's what I take the reporter's findings in respect to the Limekilns Wind Farm, which is the reference that we're talking about at the moment. What I would say to that is at a time where visitor numbers, day visits and night visits to Moray have increased by 27%, which is a statistic which is noted in the Moray tourism strategy, it seems difficult, particularly when Moray tourism is experiencing greater than average growth compared to the national, Highland and other averages, to suggest that any tipping point for tourism has been reached. Indeed, it suggests that tourism in Moray is actually, prior to COVID, expanding. And that that growth period coincides with a period of major expansion in the renewable energy capacity of infrastructure in Moray itself?
It may well, Mr. Skelton, but that period of growth of tourism in Moray also coincides with the largest investment in marketing by the Scotch whisky industry. And so what I'm struggling to go with, yes, tourism has been positively impacted by the Scotch whisky industry. Thankfully, it pays my pension. What I'm trying to get to is I'm not seeing any evidence which actually says that it doesn't negatively get impacted by wind farm developments.
Equally, and I think Mr. Blackett referred to this, it's hard to show evidence of a negative. It may be that the tourism attraction is a balance of several factors. Whisky is clearly one of the main driving forces behind Moray tourism. So I think the distillers, they have every right to promote their product, and in doing so they'll promote the area from which they make that product. In recent years they've sought to capitalise on that even further with development of visitor facilities to actually further capture the value that's latent, I guess, in Moray tourism. So at the same time as you've seen increased visitor numbers, you've also seen increased visitor expenditure. I can see no evidence of a tipping point at all. I don't know where that bar is at the moment, but I would say that the figures suggest that it's nowhere near being reached at the moment.
I understand the difficulties of proving negatives, and unfortunately I've experienced this in my career with the precautionary principle, which is heavy in European legislation. There is a requirement or an expectation that people will prove there is no adverse impact, that the precautionary principle should be looked at. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Higgs. Mrs. Ross, do you have any questions?
Yes, please. Yes, and it's about the effects on tourism. The statistics that you've just put before us, are those conclusions drawn from studying existing wind farms in the area?
The statistics about tourism growth are official statistics from the Moray Council STEAM report. Sorry, sir, I don't have the immediate reference to hand, but they're quoted also in the Moray Tourism Strategy as well, so they're not related to a wind farm analysis.
I was just wondering that the height of the proposed turbines for Rothes 3 is significantly higher than those that we currently have. And also, some of the turbines are positioned on a landmark hill. Now, there are tourist areas on Speyside that will experience turbines in landscapes that they have never experienced before. Given that scenario, could there possibly be a change in people's perceptions of what might affect tourism?
My opinion, my view on this is that the perceptions of visitors are unlikely to be affected greatly, given that the attraction of Moray is a balance of factors. The landscape is one, but obviously the Whisky Trail, the heritage that the area has, are various others. Given that successful tourism operations have existed and developed and indeed established themselves over the course of the last 15 to 20 years, when wind farm development has been a major feature of the local economy, I think that provides ample evidence that the tourism sector can coexist and that tourism businesses can adapt, providing, of course, the wind farm development is sensitively located. But in terms of the landscape issues that you mentioned, I believe that's a topic that other witnesses have considered.
I've got another question here for the reporters. It's been stated that no evidence was supplied by Speyside Community Council to support our claim of negative impacts on tourism. I did make reference in my objection and my inquiry report to a research document. However, I didn't submit it, and I was wondering if the reporters would allow me to submit it now.
Which document is it, Mrs. Ross?
Wind Farms and Tourism in Scotland, a review with a focus on mountaineering and landscape, Mountaineering Scotland 2017.
We're just checking that we don't have that already. Perhaps someone could confirm one way or the other. We'll just have a look at that. Bear with us.
Madam, we don't think it is lodged.
No, I don't recall having lodged it. I just made a reference to it.
It is. I think it's a document. It's the Mountaineering Scotland document, isn't it? It's results of an attitude survey.
It's 2017, and it's a review of research.
Right. Well, it is very late to submit that kind of document. Perhaps the question is whether, I mean, it comes in after Mr. Blackett has given his evidence, which is rather problematic, because I'm sure he would have wanted to respond to it. I'll look at Mr. Trinick and Mr. Steele.
If this was Murray Council, I'd be saying no. But Mrs. Ross, she may be very used to public inquiries, but I'm assuming she's not as used as we are to public inquiries, and therefore to use Mr. Steele's phrase, some slack must be cut. I know these documents. There's more than one, actually. There's a 2016 study and there's a 2017 study. So if we're going to have one in, they both come in, provided that you give us the opportunity to respond in writing to these within a specified period. We don't fear these documents. We know what they say, and there are good answers to what they say. So we're not frightened, and they come.
Okay. Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir. I agree with that. Mrs. Ross must be entitled to a little bit of slack in all of this. Clearly, she's breaching every rule that there is, but let's not stand in ceremony. The slight difficulty I have is that Mr. Skelton's halfway through his cross-examination, his questioning, and it's very tricky for him to deal with that. So I would propose that they do not come into the inquiry right now, but possibly Mr. Skelton is allowed to look at them and consider them, say, over the lunch break and return after lunch, or alternatively, we respond in writing. I think my preference would be to get it out of the way today. These are fairly well-known documents, and there's nothing in them that really could or should cause any difficulties, but I think it would be only fair to give Mr. Skelton a little time to look at them and refresh his memory. He's looked at every objection there is, and this wasn't part of it.
Mm-hmm. So we would prefer to do it in writing. I don't want to recall Mr. Blackett, that just takes more inquiry time.
Right.
Yeah, the difficulty about it from our point of view is that Mrs. Ross clearly wants to ask some questions, and I'd be keen not to deny her that opportunity.
Okay. Well, in the circumstances, I think we'll go for we'll make that compromise. If we can have, when would be an appropriate time for written submissions on this, Mr. Trinick? I know you have some other written submissions to make for the 18th next week. Is that too soon?
What are those? I've forgotten.
I think you were responding to Mr. Chatterton, a number of points that Mr. Chatterton
Yes,
was
that's
making.
right. Look, let me just look sideways before I make a fool of myself. Yes.
Okay, well, that's if all of those could come in for the end of the inquiry,
That's fine.
that would be good. And Mr. Steele, I'm content for it to allow. I'm content that we carry on with Mr. Skelton's evidence after lunch to allow questions to be asked about that.
I'm grateful for that, sir. Perhaps Mrs. Hill can, Mrs. Ross, could ask any other questions she has of Mr. Skelton, and we can come back to the Mountaineering Council, the MCS document, after he's had a chance to look at it.
I think it's the two documents, and if you could, do you have copies of those or a link to them, Mrs. Ross?
I've only got a copy of the review. I don't have the full document with me.
Well, perhaps we can obtain them on the web once we've seen them.
We know where to find them, and we will obtain them.
Thank you, Mr. Cheney.
It would be of assistance to know what pages Mrs. Ross is going to refer to for the purposes of her questions, because that might cut down the time that Mr. Skelton has to spend preparing it. I think she's only holding up a page or two, which might simplify matters.
Do you have that at the moment, Mrs. Ross? Or
I do.
If you need more time, then let me know.
I've got 3, 4, 9, 18, 31.
Those are page numbers, are they?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So can we leave those questions that you have on that particular study until after lunch, and you can ask anything else you want of Mr. Skelton just now.
No, I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Okay. Right.
I think Mr. Seaton and I have a few questions for you, Mr. Skelton.
We have a slight problem in that we've said we'd break for lunch at 1:30. It's now 12:30, and we're expecting Mr. Kennedy at 1 o'clock. But perhaps I think we'll carry on with our questions now, and if we have anything further arising from Mrs. Ross's questions, we'll deal with that at the time. Is that a sensible arrangement?
Yes, sir. Agree.
I just have, again, just 2 or 3 questions relating to the information in your inquiry report. Firstly, paragraph 4.48, and that relates to the supply chain contracts. CD 15.6.1.1, and as I say, it refers to contracts for supply chain in the local supply chain. And really my question is, how can we be sure that the local supply chain contracts you refer to are implemented?
Sorry, ma'am, I'm just getting the paragraph reference. The approach taken today at Rothes 1 and Rothes 2, I think, provides quite a strong indication in terms of where supply chain activity might benefit. The survey that we did of supply chain businesses, I as part of the work, and that's in CD 15.6.1b. Asked all businesses in FORL supply chain, we were given access to a schedule of all contractors and a schedule of all contractual spend. And we specifically asked in the questionnaire that was sent out associated with that, which is an appendix to that document, the location from which contracted activity was undertaken. So we're pretty confident that the experience of Rothes 1 and 2 today suggests that if you continue that type of activity, then supply chain benefits, substantial supply chain benefits can be realised. It's actually, in terms of, it's in the executive summary of that core document. If you look at Murray, the construction GVA accounted for 32%, 29% of employment, that's the 416 job years. And in terms of the operation, it was 38% of operational turnover, 45% of operational GVA, and 47% of operational employment. And that's on the basis of existing contractual arrangements without any special measures, if you like. I see no reason why Fred Olsen Renewables Limited would actually change their approach. They are now in their 18th, 19th year of operation since the opening of Rothes 1. They also obviously have an operation with Paul's Hill. They have an established supply chain. I see no reason why you would wish to rupture that or disrupt that at the moment if that's worked well today.
Just going back to your recognition in paragraph 1.42, there's reference to Rothes 1 and 2, again referring to Rothes 1 and 2, supporting 17 jobs. It's maybe not something you can answer directly, but do you know if those jobs are directly on site, or does that include the supply chain network?
No,
jobs arising?
Those are direct jobs. So the supply chain will be captured through indirect and other benefits.
So those jobs are directly on the site, the wind farm site itself?
Largely on the site. There may be some off-site, but those would be people who are employed as a direct result of the wind farm's operation. So in terms of the contractual side for the maintenance of the site, the maintenance of roads, fencing, and any other contractual relationships that Fred Olsen have, that wouldn't be included in that figure.
And a very general question, and it's related to that point. Again, it may not be something you can answer directly on behalf of the company, but do you know if the Rothes 3 proposal would employ the same staff as the existing Rothes 1 and 2 sites, or would those be new jobs effectively?
I think practically there would be some overlap, but the majority would be new.
But you don't have a specific figure available?
No. Sorry, ma'am.
Those are all my questions, I think. Mr. Seaton may have some.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask, I wanted to follow up on the point that Mr. Higgs made about the precautionary principle in respect of paragraph 3.3.42, that you were saying that this was the point about the tipping point. Mr. Higgs made a point, but he didn't put it to you, so I thought I would put it to you. If there is, if it is possible that a wind farm could result in significant harm to tourism or recreation, and you can't necessarily demonstrate that it won't, shouldn't you apply the precautionary principle?
I suspect it depends on which development you want to apply it to. So, arguably, for the... I wouldn't have thought that was... There's a balance to be struck here. And in terms of the economic benefit, there's clear evidence that the development of Rothes 1 and 2 has generated significant, sustainable economic benefit to Moray over its lifetime. When we're talking about £20 million of additional spend in the local economy, GVA of 9 million associated with that over a period of 18 years, I think that meets the requirements of most policy tests in terms of what sustainable development might mean. In terms of the operational spend, in terms of the numbers of jobs, it's a positive figure. It's not massive, I grant you that. But as was referred to earlier, in the context of continuing and increased massive uncertainty over people's future livelihoods, this is one sector which has a degree of continuity, stability associated with it in terms of the nation's energy supply. So in terms of the precautionary principle and in terms of the relative effects of both industries on Moray, they're broadly of similar size. So which industry would you apply the precautionary principle to, I would say? I think if there is absolutely no evidence, or very little, if any evidence to suggest that tourism is harmed by wind farm development, and that's what the large body of evidence clearly indicates and what the findings from various PLI undertaken to date have said. And as it is the government's clear intention to promote renewable energy, I would have thought it was probably inappropriate at this stage to apply a precautionary principle to an area of growth, clean growth, that's clearly identified in the government's economic strategy for the future development of the country.
And I'll put the same question to you as I put to Mr. Blackett in respect of shared ownership. I'll just remind you of the quotation from the government's good practice guidance on shared ownership, which is that the financial benefits arising to owners from ownership of any development is not a material consideration in determining the acceptability of the development in planning terms. While financial considerations can be relevant to a planning decision, something which is funded from the development or otherwise offered by the renewable energy business will not, by virtue only of that fact, be sufficiently connected to the proposed development to be a material consideration. Are you suggesting that there are benefits arising from shared ownership beyond the benefits that arise from the financial considerations, from the financial benefits, direct financial benefits, that is?
I'm aware of what the Scottish Government's position is in planning terms. That said, I think the approach that Mr Blackett outlined, and which I've spoken about in other inquiries, and which I refer to in my inquiry report, I'm trying to get the reference on, bear with me, sorry. I think, in short, there is an argument that the way community benefit funds and the way shared ownership funds are deployed can generate a substantial positive economic benefit for local communities and local areas, depending on their capacity to actually distribute that spend. Mr Blackett suggested a strategic approach, and indeed, when I find the reference in my inquiry report, I wholeheartedly concur with that.
Sir, if it's a question of materiality and a material consideration, I wonder if Mr Bell might...
I wasn't asking about materiality. I was asking a very specific question about whether there is any benefit arising from shared ownership other than that arising directly from the financial benefits arising to owners.
So the answer to that is it very much depends on how those funds are spent, what projects they support, whether they support strategic priorities of the local area. If they're spent in a strategic sense, I think there's ample scope for them to be additional. If they're spent piecemeal and in response to immediate issues, then that's diluted.
But you can't point to anything in particular at the moment. You can only refer to the possibility of such benefits arising. Is that correct?
There isn't, that arrangement isn't in place at the moment.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Skelton. Mr. Steele may have
Yes.
further.
I've only got two or three, sir, be very, very brief, conscious, of course, of the time. You were asked a question by one of the learned reporters about direct jobs in your precognition at 142. You don't need to go to that. But as a matter of fact, is there a large, or in fact, very large shed on the Rothes 1 and 2 site, or adjacent to it, comprising office, workshop, garage, storage, as well as a small kitchen area and all the rest of it? And is that where the direct labour are focused?
Having visited the site, I can confirm that it is there. Yes, in short, the majority of direct labour is operated from that site.
And is it within that shed that there has been explored the possibility of having community meetings to explore and explain about capercaillies and the like, because there's a sufficiently large public space, or space that could be used for the public, within that very large building?
I'm aware that discussions have been had about accommodating that type of activity, and there is some precedent for that in terms of Fred Olsen's relationship with local schools. To date, there have been various presentations and educational activities facilitated from that office.
And back to the point about direct jobs, it is there that the direct jobs are largely based in relation to Rothes 1 and 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, on the question of the precautionary principle, is it easy or difficult to demonstrate that something will never happen?
It's pretty difficult.
Yeah. And in regard to the evidence that there is in relation to impacts, if any, on tourism, do we have evidence available as to what their effects are from a large number of wind farms which are in existence and have been so for many, many years?
No, we don't. And I think that has been acknowledged by government on various occasions. Mr Blackett referred to it. We tabled core document 8.4, which is the Scottish Parliament's Economic, Energy and Tourism Committee 7th report of 2012, which examined a basket of projects, took evidence from a broad range of stakeholders.
And as you say, does that evidence from many years of operational wind farms indicate or not that there are either no effects or no significant effects on tourism?
It would suggest that there are no effects, or negligible effects. It concluded that no witnesses provided the committee with robust empirical evidence as opposed to anecdotal comment and opinion that tourism is negatively affected by the development of renewable projects.
And has that been the finding of many reporters on many occasions at many appeals, some of which you refer to in your inquiry report at pages 27, 28, 29 and 30?
It has.
I say reporters, but also ministerial decisions as well. Is that so?
That's correct.
Is it that evidence that you rely upon to suggest that there will be no practical effects on tourism arising from the Rothes 3 if constructed?
I do rely on that evidence, yes.
Fine, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr Skelton. We, of course, may be returning after lunchtime. Yes, we do have, we've got the OK in terms of our video link to Mr Kennedy from Elgin Community Council, but we'll perhaps just take a short break just to make sure that we're connecting into that video link. Obviously means, Mr Skelton, that you're in Purda over the lunch period. So if you can bear with us, and we'll obviously come back after lunch on matters raised perhaps by Mrs Ross. If we take a 5-minute break and then we'll speak to Mr Kennedy from Elgin Community Council.
Madam, just I wonder if I could come back to you. You said accurately, of course, that Mr Skelton is in Purda because technically he's in the middle of cross-examination. But the circumstances here are really rather unusual, that we've cut some slack very fairly to Mrs Hill. It really would be very helpful to be able to speak to Mr Skelton about whatever the document is and says over the lunch break. I think that would, I suggest, be fair and reasonable in the particular circumstances when we're trying to cooperate with a local resident.
So what I suggest is we simply do a kind of another round of examination. So, Mr Steele, if you have examination questions in chief,
thank you, sir,
to Mr Skelton, then cross-examination by Mrs Ross on that document, and then re-examination. Does that seem fair to everyone?
Certainly to this side of the room it seems very fair, sir, and sensible. Thank you.
Mrs Ross, are you okay with that approach?
Yes, that's fine.
In terms of hearing from Mr Kennedy, Elgin Community Council, Graham's just asked us if we can bear with him for 10 minutes. So we will come back at 1:05. Graham, does that sound suitable? Okay, if we can reconvene then, thank you.
Is that any better?
Slightly better, slightly better. We'll see how we get on. Perhaps just if we start with a few introductions, just to give you, to set the scene for you as to what we're doing today. My name is Karen Black, and I'm sitting beside my colleague Robert Seaton. We are both the reporters who are dealing with the both wind farm cases, and will be reporting to Scottish ministers. We also have a number of people around the table in the venue today. If you have been watching, you'll be familiar with most of the faces. I think we have representatives. Reporters who are dealing with the both wind farm cases, and will be reporting to Scottish minister. Are you hearing us all right?
Yes, I am. I was hearing you twice.
I'll perhaps just by way of introduction go round the table to let you know who's actually in the venue today. We have representatives from the Clash Gour applicant. We also have the Rothes 3 applicant. We have Mr Higgs from Findern Community Council, Mrs Ross from Speyside Community Council.
Yes.
We have Mr Hilditch from Energising Murray, and we have representatives from Murray Council as well. So what we're proposing to do is, perhaps if I could just ask you, you have a statement that you prepared, a precognition, so I think it's probably best if we proceed on that basis, and I'll just ask you to read that out to us, and we will then offer the opportunity to Findern Community Council and Speyside Community Council to ask some questions of you. And Mr Seaton and I may also have some questions, and we'll allow the opportunity for you to come back in response to any of those at the end of the session. Are you happy to proceed on that basis?
Well, but I don't have my precognition. It was a short statement I have written here.
That's fine. Yes, if you want to proceed on that basis, if you just read that to us, I'll let you carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Alistair Kennedy. I'm retired, but I'm very active in the community. As part of that activity, I chair Elgin Community Council. Thank you for the opportunity to help the case for Clash Gour from a socio-economic point of view. Climate change is a huge problem, as most of us know. Most of us agree we have to work towards global mitigation, and one of the means to achieving this is by utilising wind and other renewable energies. Because some people dislike wind turbines, wind farms will always have objectors, and that is their undeniable right. But they're a very emotive subject, and I'm sure it's very difficult to be completely objective. I pay tribute to the huge amount of work that has been undertaken here, both by supporters and objectors. As volunteers, we found it difficult to keep track of the huge number of documents, and in fact we're amazed to see emails on the subject flying around on a Sunday evening, which shows real commitment. Elgin Community Council is very aware of climate change and its causes. For example, our members have been active on the subject of carbon emissions from vehicle exhaust and air quality recently. We have also been quietly lobbying for some time for Murray Council to look towards Murray becoming carbon neutral, in line with Scottish Government aspirations. Thankfully, work has now begun on that, and a strategy and action plan are currently out for consultation. I quote from Murray Council's website: "Since declaring a climate and ecological emergency, cross-party and cross-departmental collaborative working has been undertaken to develop a draft climate change strategy and action plan for Murray.
The strategy sets out how the Council will continue to reduce its carbon emissions that cause global warming, adapt to changes in our climate, and improve sustainability. We have worked to build a strategy that is both ambitious and achievable, that will create a pathway for the Council to reach net zero carbon by 2030 and to help shape ongoing alliances with partners and the wider Moray community. I'll come back to that very briefly later. If one drives east along the A96, in the Huntly area we see various wind turbines. One of those we see from the road actually belongs to Huntly Development Trust and generates income which is then used to the benefit of the local community. This has meant various initiatives have taken place, with lots been achieved under the banner of alleviating climate change. One wonders how many people have second thoughts about wind turbines when they realise that, progressed with care, there can be huge benefits to the community in wind farm development. The concept of a Moray-wide community investment, which is proposed for Clash Gour, which could benefit various or even all areas of Moray, was what first interested Elgin Community Council. We signed a Memorandum of Understanding, an MOU, early in the process and have liaised with Force 9 Energy all the way along, which has kept us up to date with progress. I'd like to make the point here that Force 9 has actually won an award for the engagement it has done regarding Clash Gour, which shows how well they've engaged with people and agencies right across Moray, which I believe is to their credit. So, there is a lot of interest in the community investment proposal, with work going on to take the idea to fruition if the wind farm goes ahead. In fact, I know for sure that another MOU will be signed by a neighbouring community council east of Elgin at their meeting this month. Elgin Community Council agreed not to actually support the development of Clash Gour and to only support the financial proposals out of respect for our colleagues at Findern, who are opposed. However, the surrounding area is wealthy with community benefit monies. To the extent I understand from someone who sits in one benefit dispensing group, the group are struggling to find worthwhile projects to spend it on, which possibly makes an objection financially easier, one suspects. I do note, however, that the three community councils from Highland who are impacted on, that's Grantdown, East Nairnshire and Cromdale and Ardbeg community councils, don't seem to have objections to Clash Gour. However, to be fair, we've had limited contact with them despite various attempts. Elgin Community Council sees the idea of a Moray-wide investment in Clash Gour, and possibly other proposals using renewable energy, as a big step towards assisting Moray Council's strategy to reach net zero carbon by 2030. Profits from the investment can go towards mitigating climate change within the diverse communities of Moray. Imagine the legacy that is possible by directing profits from the investment and the community benefit to areas which very much need investment in various assets, for example, to help them move towards zero carbon. Clearly also, the economy is going to take a big hit over the next few months. Although a Clash Gour investment wouldn't happen in the short term, the fact that we need to use every lever possible to stimulate the economy in as green a manner as possible, such an investment would allow pockets of funding, carefully targeted strategically across Moray, to play a role in the long-term sustainable economic growth. And what could be greener than using profits from a renewable energy source? Elgin Community Council is also a founding member of Energising Moray, which we heard about earlier. Going back to the Moray Council's wording on its website, it states, "We have worked to build a strategy that is both ambitious and achievable, that will create a pathway for the Council to reach net zero carbon by 2030 and to help shape ongoing alliances with partners in the wider Moray community." If Clash Gour is developed, the return on investment and community benefit would create a golden opportunity to shape those proposed alliances with partners, like Energising Moray and community councils representing the wider Moray community. To close, I just want to say that from a socio-economic point of view, we believe that Clash Gour being developed offers an innovative and sustainable way to benefit the communities of Moray and to help Moray become net zero carbon by 2030.
Thank you very much, Mr Kennedy. I'm going to pass over to Mr Higgs from Findern Community Council. First of all, he might have a few questions for you, so hopefully you'll be able to hear him all right. So I'll pass over to you, Mr Higgs. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Kennedy, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Mr Higgs.
In your inquiry submission, you make a statement about the MOUs that, quote, they assures the developer there is strong interest in the success of the development. How did you come to that conclusion?
Could you say that again, Mr Higgs? I missed the last bit.
Sorry. In your submission, you make a statement about the MOUs in that they assure the developer there is a strong interest in the success of the development. I'm just interested to know how you came to that conclusion.
Well, most of the people that I'm aware of that are involved in MOUs, that have signed the MOUs, are interested in the success of Clash Gour.
What consultation has been done extensively across to come to that conclusion?
No extensive consultation, as you know, but through the JCC and the people I've spoken to, that's what I'm using, Mr Higgs.
Okay, I can follow your logic that a number of community councillors may simply want to keep informed about the development. I'm struggling with that it gives a direct indication of success and support. Let me try it another way. Given that the Murray Council has objected to the developments based presumably on a balanced view of pros and cons, are you saying that the community councils that have signed the MOU have a greater understanding of the issues than the local authority?
This is weird because I can only see myself here. I can't see you.
That's all right, Mr Kennedy. We can still hear you.
Well, maybe it's perhaps I've overstated the thing. I don't know. I'm just going by the people I've spoken to, Mr Higgs.
Okay. Can I just check then, in relation to the evidence that you're presenting or have presented, is that specifically and exclusively for the community ownership, or is it for both the ownership and the community benefit?
I think the two go kind of hand in hand.
Okay, are you familiar with the Scottish Government's good practice principles for community benefits from onshore renewable energy?
Just what I heard this morning.
There's a lot which is made in those principles. Can we just go through an illustration of something which comes through those principles? And to do that, could I briefly discuss the Berryburn Community Fund, which I think is probably one of the best known and most highly regarded of the community benefit schemes in Murray? Do you know approximately how much that scheme has actually distributed since its inception?
No, I don't.
It's £1.14 million, which is a fantastic amount of money. You actually mention that it's a known fact that certain areas of Murray have been recipients of substantial sums of community benefit, whilst others receive no such benefit despite having to watch the turbines turning to generate these pots of money. I'm sure you would agree that the Eden, Killy and Dunvale community have watched the turbines turning more than anyone else. Have you got any idea of the percentage of the Berryburn distribution that has gone to the people directly and immediately impacted by that?
No, I have not. I'm not involved in Berryburn.
You may be surprised to find it's 2.5%, a low figure. Now, the only reason I raised that is the good principle guidelines highlight very early that community benefits can be divisive between local groups, local communities, and therefore the guidelines go on to stress that actually the planning aspects of developments like this should be kept separate from the actual community benefit aspects because of this inherent potential for divisive. So someone from the Eden Killie could think that 2.5% is very low. Someone from somewhere else could say that's a substantial amount of money. It is by default divisive. So if you were familiar with the principles and you understand the divisive aspect, given that this is a planning process, I'm just unsure why you've chosen to actually give evidence. Could you explain that further for me?
Well, if I was invited to give evidence, that's what I've done. I don't quite get your point about division.
It's not my point, Mr. Kennedy. It's the Scottish Government's point. It's the principles explain that the planning process, community benefit is not material to the planning process and should be kept separate.
Yes, I understand that, but we're not speaking just about community benefit here. We're speaking about a possible community investment, which is slightly different.
That's actually why I asked whether you were specifically referring to community benefit or to community ownership as well. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Higgs. I think Mrs. Ross from Speyside Community Council also may have some questions for you. Mrs. Ross?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kennedy.
Good morning, Mr.
You mentioned the Huntly Development Trust. Can you confirm whether they own their turbines or is this a shared ownership?
They own the turbine.
So they own, there's no other party involved, they own the turbines. Okay.
A single turbine.
A single turbine, okay. You also spoke about the memorandums of understanding. However, by signing one of those, it doesn't indicate that you support the development. And they're not legally binding on any party. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. You then went on to talk about community benefit. And you seem to imply that community benefit would be spread throughout Murray rather than for the communities in close proximity to the wind farms. Is that correct?
My understanding is that is the proposal from the Clash Gour developer.
Well, I looked at Clash Gour's website yesterday and that information is contradicted. Have you, and I don't know if, not you specifically, do you know whether Clash Gour has consulted with communities closest to the proposed development about community benefit being shared out across Murray?
I cannot say who, I can't say which community councils or agencies that Clash Gour has actually consulted with. My understanding is that that was the initial proposal, that the community benefit would be distributed Murray-wide, as well as the community investment.
I would suggest, and it's not for you to answer, Mr. Kennedy, because I realise that you don't have any locus in this, but I would suggest that many of the local communities who will live in close proximity to Clash Gour, should it be consented, may be very disappointed if that proposal goes ahead to share out community benefit Murray-wide. I think that's a question for Clash Gour. Okay, thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
You're welcome, Mrs. Ross.
Thank you, Mrs. Ross. I'll perhaps just ask those that are here today if they have any points of clarification from what you said, Mr. Kennedy. I'll turn to Mr. Trinick if you have any questions for Mr. Kennedy. One. If you'd just bear with us, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Trinick's just preparing and looking at his documents. Thank you.
No, sir, I've got no points for Mr. Kennedy. slightly disappointed to hear Mrs. Ross raise questions to Mr. Kennedy that you could have asked us about the degree of consultation with the local community. If it helps you, the reporters, to receive more information on this, we'd be happy to provide it. Otherwise, we'll speak to Marianne Ross outside about this, but she is quite incorrect. Thank you.
Mr. Steele, any
questions?
points?
Thank you, sir. Madam, sorry.
Murray Council?
No, Madam, thank you.
And we'll hear from Mr. Hilditch this afternoon. Thank you. I think Mr. Seaton may have a question for you, Mr. Kennedy.
No, I just simply wanted to check. Elgin Community Council is neither a supporter nor an objector to Clash Gour, and neither a supporter nor objector to Rothes 3. Elgin Community Council's interest is in the community benefit and shared ownership schemes. Is that correct?
We discussed the application amongst the members, and because Finn Dern, who are sort of colleagues, were objecting to it, we decided to stay neutral.
Right. And that's on both developments, is it? Both on Rothes 3 and on Clash Gour?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy. I'm glad the technology worked for us today. Just on a final point, do you have anything you wish to add in response to any of the questions that you were asked before we finish?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and we'll be in touch at some point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Black. Bye-bye.
Okay, I think we're right on cue for our lunch break. In terms of timing, what are we thinking? Obviously, we're coming back with Mr. Skelton. Does he need? Will we take an hour, Mr. Steele? Does that?
Madam, entirely in your hands. Whether it's an hour or 45 minutes, entirely up to you.
Mr. Trinick, any preference?
It's probably not for me to say. I've got nothing to do this afternoon. I'll keep quiet.
45 minutes. Mr. Seaton likes his longer lunch, so we'll take an hour. Come back at 2:30. Thank you.
Madam, if I may raise
Sorry,
a point.
Mr. Brown.
Sorry, if I may raise a point with you now. My clients have advised me that on each occasion the webcast has started this morning, it has paused for a couple of minutes and has then restarted, and that perhaps explains why things have been missed this morning. So I thought I should draw that to your attention now, given that we're about to resume after lunch.
Okay, we'll ask Graham to have a look into that. Thank you, Mr. Brown. We'll see you back at 2:30. Welcome back, everyone. Before we hear from Mr. Skelton for the Rothes 3 applicant in response to Mrs. Ross's earlier comments, I believe Mr. Trinick is going to call Mr. Blackett to respond to those matters also. So I'll pass over to you, Mr. Trinick.
Madam, just before you do that, I wonder if I might seek leave to lodge a further document that relates to ornithology. We've just received in at 10:56, which I only saw at lunchtime, an email from what was SNH, Nature Scotland, in relation to our outline habitat management plan. And I would like to lodge that now, and my intent is relatively brief, it's a page. What I was intending to do is have Dr. Garrett, when she gives evidence later this afternoon, read it out.
Do we have a copy of that, Mr. Steele?
You will have a copy of that lodged right now. If you want a hard copy, which you may not, I can organise that as well, but certainly there's an electronic copy, which, if not there, is on its way.
That's fine. If we can get an electronic copy before the session later on.
I think it should be, if I've got this right, CD 15550. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Steele. Mr Trinick.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for, despite what I said earlier, giving Mr Blackett the chance to respond to the information referred to by Mrs Ross, the Mountaineering Scotland studies about wind farms and mountaineering in Scotland. I believe, I'll lead you for the first few questions, Mr Blackett, that there are 3 documents. There's what we now call CD 22.3, which might be brought up, CD 22.4 was the first document. That's March 2014, Wind Farms and Changing Mountaineering Behaviour in Scotland. Is that correct? That's the first one?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Then secondly, CD 22.3, Wind Farms and Mountaineering in Scotland, a second study. And thirdly, there's the 2017 document to which Mrs Ross referred, but I understand that is a commentary by Mr David Gordon of Mountaineering Scotland on the 2014 and 2016 studies, rather than being a separate study.
Yeah, that's correct. It's not new research. It's his commentary.
Could you keep your voice up and close to the microphone, please?
Okay, yeah, that's correct. It's not new evidence. It's his analysis of the previous reports.
Well, we'll do this quickly in 3 parts. Firstly, I want you to say what you want to say about the 2017 document and its review of earlier documents. I'll let you extemporise on that.
Okay, I'm familiar with these documents, having discussed them at previous inquiries. And so I'm aware that they have all been written by Dr. Gordon, who has opposed many wind farms, indeed has given evidence against wind farms at several inquiries. So it can't really be considered to be independent research. And also, Dr. Gordon, he's not an expert on socioeconomics and tourism. I understand that he worked in health statistics, and he's a volunteer with Mountaineering in Scotland. So again, it couldn't really be considered to be independent expert evidence. In terms of the content of the documents themselves, I guess I should probably go through them in order they were published. So first of all, the 2014 report, which would be the CD 22.4. The issue with this report was, as has been discussed at several previous inquiries, it's very much a biased survey in that it didn't allow those responding to the survey to say that they would behave in a positive way, only in a negative way in relation to wind farm development. So the key question was not a balanced one. And in fact, to be fair to the report, on page 5 of the report, it does actually recognise that this was an issue with the research. The report itself actually highlights the problem with bias. Moving on to the 2016 survey, which, to be fair to Dr. Gordon, he sought to address this issue. And the key question in that document is on page 6. And that is a question where it asked basically whether mountaineers may change their behaviour as a result of wind farm development. So what that shows is, actually for the vast majority, it wouldn't make much difference in terms of deciding to visit the mountains. 1% of respondents said that they would go to the mountains less often, and 2% actually said they would go to the mountains more often. So that survey does not give any cause for concern in terms of wind farm development and what it might do for mountaineering tourism in Scotland. So the third report, the 2017 one, I guess there are a number of issues with it. So as I said, that's Dr. Gordon's commentary on the previous work and on the existing evidence on wind farms and tourism. And in particular, his particular interest is mountaineering and tourism. I think there's probably three things I would like to pick up on that report. If we go to, for example, paragraph 3.
Before you go there, do we have that document available to put up on screen yet? No, not that one. It's CD 22.2. Okay. Which page do you want us to go to, or paragraph number?
Page 3, which is also where paragraph number 3 is, or page 3 in the PDF document, anyway. So the introduction.
Go by paragraph number.
Paragraph and yes.
Yep. Go on.
So as we can see in that paragraph, the introduction to this commentary gives the impression that the evidence is in balance some way, that it suggests that those in favour of wind farms say one thing and those opposed to wind farms say another, which is really not a reasonable summary of the evidence that exists on the topic. I think it is probably fair to say that the evidence coming from opponents is about the destruction of tourism, but the evidence that is from sort of independent professional sources that is the evidence that shows there's not a link. So it's not that it's coming from those promoting wind farms. It's the independent evidence that says that. So there's not this balance as is suggested there. The second point about this report overall is it does use the existing evidence very selectively. And maybe if I can give an example of that. So if we go to paragraph 9, which I think is on the next page. So here, for example, Dr. Gordon is using a figure of 5% of Scottish tourism spend and implying that could be the negative impact associated with tourism. Where he's getting this from is a report undertaken in 2008, known as the Moffat study, which he discusses elsewhere in this report, and is probably well known to many wind farm inquiries. And that did indeed suggest a 5% worst case scenario in terms of what could happen to the Scottish tourism sector if there was significant wind farm development. But the point that Dr. Gordon doesn't then make, he doesn't look at other parts of the evidence which tell us that since 2008, which is obviously some time ago now, and there have been many wind farms developed in that time. So, if there had been a negative impact like that, we would expect to see that by now. I would expect that to be showing up in the more recent research. So that's not what the more recent research shows. And, for example, the bigger economics report that we discussed earlier, which was the CD 8.51, it shows that, so that evidence doesn't exist. Another general concern about this report, which I will give an example of, and in fact, if we go to page 17, figure 6, is that different sources of evidence are conflated in really quite an inappropriate way, which actually is quite, I must say, I find quite surprising given Dr. Gordon's background as a statistician. So that figure there is a good example where he's putting together evidence from different studies to imply that it shows some sort of trend over time. But actually the source information and that's based on asks very different questions, and you simply can't add studies together that have different objectives, different methods, and ask different questions and claim that they show some sort of trend. So those We could probably easily spend the rest of the day going through this report, but those are examples of the sorts of concerns I would have about this report.
Turning to Clash Gour, CD 2127. You might bring it up if it's easily. Yeah, brilliant. There we are. Well, there we have it. There's the response of Mountaineering Scotland to the Clash Gour application. I'll leave people to read it for themselves. So, no objection from Mountaineering Scotland to Clash Gour. The third document, I want you to turn to CD 1149, please. And I believe Helen, there we are. Such efficiency. And within it, please go to paragraph 118. And this is a decision by a reporter not unadjacent to this room. Wrong decision, right reasoning here. And here the reporter is discussing effects on tourism, and I don't think you were there, Mr. Blackett, but I was there, and Mr. Gordon did give evidence at that inquiry, and he brought it. This is a 2018 decision with an inquiry which took place in April goodness me, I'm not sure what the inquiry was, whatever it was, 2017 or thereabouts. Whatever, the paragraph 118, Mountaineering Scotland provided the review of evidence. Now, whether that was the 2017 review or whether it was the 2016 study, I don't remember, and I'm not going to guess. You know, do you?
Yes, I do actually, because Dr. Gordon did this a few times during 2017, where he presented what in effect were draft versions of the November 2017 report as evidence. So when he said it intended to publish, that effectively became the November 2017 report.
Yeah. And we can read for ourselves what Mountaineering Scotland said. And in paragraph 119, the report says, like the appellant, I consider it as a notable concession on the part of what was then Mountaineering Council of Scotland that evidence of adverse effect on wind farms and tourism is not likely to be found at national and local authority level, at least at present. And so it goes on. I'm not going to read all the way through this. The reporters have got it. Before you go over the page, at 120, it may be pointed out to you, if there's any questions of you, that Mountaineering Scotland made a number of criticisms of the bigger economic study analysis of economic effects within the vicinity of wind farms. I think you responded to those criticisms, didn't you?
Yeah, in fact, in that report against CD 8.5, there's an appendix in that report that addresses the criticisms that had been made of the earlier report that this refers to. And actually, the criticisms were made by the John Muir Trust, but they're exactly the same as these criticisms.
So the reporters have before them your response to the Mountaineering Council criticisms.
That's right, yeah.
Then we go on to paragraph 122, where the reporter agreed that the surveys produced by Mountaineering Scotland were of limited evidential value. And he elaborated upon that. I'm not going to read it out. In paragraph 123. And the last sentence, as a consequence, I agree with the appellant. The survey does not demonstrate there be any significant displacement of tourism from an area such that it had a significant effect upon the tourist economy. And some elaboration on 124. Is there anything more you want to draw from these paragraphs, Mr. Blackett?
I guess the only other thing would be to set it in the context of this project and the consultation response from Mountaineering in Scotland. So I guess the Kulahi decision was one where they appeared and so therefore had some concerns. Whereas in this case, that's not the case for Clash Gour.
Thank you, Mr. Blackie. If you stay there, maybe some questions.
Mrs Ross, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you.
Yes, please. I think there's a fundamental issue with any research or analysis. You start with a hypothesis and then design a methodology that confirms that hypothesis. Now, we'll agree that that applies to both sides of the argument. For really unbiased research, you really need to start with the hypothesis and set out to prove your hypothesis is wrong. But that clearly isn't the way most research is undertaken. However, I'd like to take this discussion out of the realms of academia and bring it back down to earth. I live in Murray, and what I see is a growing number of turbines, not just the big ones, but the little ones and the medium-sized ones, and they are all having an effect on what we see, having an effect on our landscape. I do believe that this affects our visitor experience, as more and more turbines can be seen in places where previously there had been none. For instance, on the A95 south of Aberlour, in the town of Rothes, Archiston and Craigellachie, where if these applications are consented, wind turbines will be seen where they haven't seen them before. Okay. Now, my reference to wind farms and tourism, which is a review, I was hoping to draw attention to the fact that there is an alternative view. Yes, objectives are a pressure group, yes, but so are wind farm developers as well.
Sorry, Mrs Ross, do you have a question?
Oh, sorry.
Mr Blackett, sorry.
I was rambling on. I'm surprised you hadn't stopped me.
No, that's fine.
I would have done, but it wasn't my witness.
If you have a question for Mr Blackett, you can
yes,
do that too.
hang on.
So I also note that I don't think Mrs Ross is actually down to give oral evidence anyway.
Yes. No, I don't have anything further, sorry.
Sorry about that, Mrs Ross, but we'll pass back to Mr Trinick if he has anything to re-examine. No, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr Blackett. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I wonder if I can seek your guidance, because the very points that Mr Skelton would have put about the Mountaineering Council of Scotland have been put very eloquently by Mr Blackett. And I wonder whether there's any point in him repeating and regurgitating all of that, or I can get him to adopt it all, but I'm not sure I even see the point of that either. So I'm in your hands. Mr Skelton is here, but all he's going to do is say the same thing all over again.
Yes, I think Mr Seaton's just reminded me that Mrs Ross may have questions of Mr Skelton. Do you have, Mrs Ross?
I had hoped you'd put them to Mr Blackett, but I don't know.
No, not in terms of the review, no.
So you don't have anything further to add, Mrs Ross, in terms of questioning?
No.
No. Thank you very much. No, in which case we won't need to hear Mr Skelton.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr Steele. Now, we have on the programme Mr Hilditch. Are you happy to come up to the witness table and present your statement to us?
Madam, just before Mr Hilditch does that, Mr Skelton has left documents and the like on the witness table which you'll need to retrieve. It may even be you're going to have to change the cloth. I don't know, but certainly Mr Skelton has to go up there first.
Thank you, Mr Steele. Yes, we'll just take a 2-minute break and allow that to change over. Good afternoon, Mr Hilditch. I'll perhaps just let you introduce yourself and who you represent and let you make your statement to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Graham Hilditch and I represent Energising Moray today. As you can probably tell from my accent, I was born and have lived in the forest locality for much of my life. I've been chair of the Forest Community Woodland Trust. I served in Forest Community Council for 7 years, and until recently I was chair for 5 years. I've served on the Moray Joint Community Council. I'm chair of the Forest Lee and Coyle Hospital Trust, and I have been a trustee of the Berryburn Community Fund since its inception. Just to note that the statement that I'm about to read has been written on behalf of Energising Moray, a steering group which is currently in the process of being constituted and of which I am the steering chair. This statement relates to the socio-economic section of the inquiry, and our interest relates to Clash Gour Wind Farm specifically. The group comprises of community councils, development trusts and other third sector organisations which were formed to explore the opportunity presented by the Clash Gour Wind Farm applicants for community shared ownership in the project. With that background in mind, I would like to present to the inquiry an update on the status of Energising Moray, which is continuing to evolve at the moment, the benefits which have already accrued to Moray from our exploration of the Clash Gour shared opportunity in terms of capacity building within communities, our understanding of renewable energy projects generally, and identification of areas of community life which require support, especially in the context of the current budgetary constraints at council level. I'd also like to talk about our thinking in terms of some of the projects which could be supported by income generated from the shared ownership opportunity. And also to discuss our long-term goals in share ownership and renewable energy projects across Moray, should the Clash Gour scheme be approved. So firstly, the current status of Energising Moray. We have met on a regular basis since 2019. We meet at least weekly at the moment. Each meeting has agendas, minutes, and is well documented. In May 2020, Energising Moray received a Scottish Government CARES grant to assist in the formalisation of the group. A project manager, Scene Connect Limited, were appointed in July of this year. The remit of the project manager is as follows: to develop expertise on community investment in commercial wind farms, to create and constitute a body to take the process forward in the future. In all likelihood, that body will be a BENCOM with charitable status. They need to identify renewable energy funders, organisations and practitioners to set up a Moray-wide renewable energy hub to provide information and assistance to local communities. In July of this year, Energising Moray responded to a consultation paper from the Scottish Government Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform as part of its plan to build a regional network of hubs to build on the legacy of the Climate Change Fund. Energising Moray has submitted an expression of interest in setting up and running a Moray-wide community climate action hub. This has received letters of support from Highlands and Islands Enterprise, Moray Council and the Joint Community Councils. It is hoped that a Moray hub would significantly accelerate the progress to a carbon-neutral Moray and in addition create green jobs, more sustainable rural communities through green transport and build public awareness and allow more community engagement. The hub will in turn address fuel poverty issues by advice on best practice, inform communities and bring them together to share knowledge. Now, the benefits which have already accrued to Murray from our exploration of the Clash Gour share opportunity are as follows. Energising Murray came about following a consultation event held by Force 9 Energy in November 2017 called Community Ownership and Renewable Energy. The event set out what shared ownership and renewable energy projects was, why it was important, how it could be achieved, where it had happened, and what it had meant for the communities that were involved. We were also informed on the specific details of the offer of shared ownership in the Clash Gour Wind Farm. I believe the details of the event and the shared ownership offer in Clash Gour are given in some of the application documents for Clash Gour. The Joint Community Councils of Murray, which I'll refer to as the JCC, meet regularly to discuss common issues across the Murray Council area. They started discussing shared ownership and renewable projects generally, and then more specifically the opportunity for shared ownership in Clash Gour, and it became part of our standing agenda from 2018 onwards. The JCC held its own Energising Murray conference at Elgin Town Hall in May 2019 to seek to agree a way forward for shared ownership and renewable energy projects in Murray generally, and more specifically in Clash Gour. Energising Murray emerged as an executive group of the JCC, with non-community council members co-opted, and that came out of the conference. The Energising Murray executive were charged with exploring the support available from the Scottish Government to formalise the group and to take advice on the Clash Gour shared ownership offer as a starting point. This process has enabled Energising Murray to identify, contact and collaborate with other community groups and to share ideas and resources. It has also enabled an expression of interest to be submitted to the Scottish Government about setting up a regional community climate hub based around Murray. Now on to projects which could be potentially supported by the income generated from shared ownership. The overall vision of Energising Murray is to use funds to promote and accelerate renewable energy towards a carbon-neutral Murray by working with local communities. And by doing that, we hope to create green jobs and work with local renewable energy companies. We would like to create more sustainable rural communities through green transport initiatives, including electric car sharing, bike ownership and hire, car ride sharing, and other community transport initiatives. We would like to build up more public awareness, allow more engagement, education, and overall training on renewables. And we would like to spread information throughout the area on best practices. Another aspiration is to research optimum renewable energy schemes for Murray communities, and also to reduce fossil fuels, and importantly, to try and reduce fuel poverty. So in conclusion, Force 9 Energy continued to speak directly to community councils and organisations who have expressed an interest in the shared ownership offer in Clash Gour at the Community Ownership and Renewable Energy event. Force 9 have set out the shared ownership proposals for Clash Gour in an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. They have asked communities to sign the MOU as a statement of intent in the shared ownership in Clash Gour Wind Farm. And the MOUs have been countersigned by EDF Renewable directors as a statement of intent to make the offer and shared ownership set out in the MOU. Energising Murray continue to engage with the other community councils and community groups who have yet to make a decision on signing the MOU. We understand that this is not a legally binding commitment to shared ownership, but the level of detail set out in the MOU and the commitment given to it by EDR is appreciated by the local communities. I understand copies of the signed MOUs form a part of the application document for the Clash Gour Wind Farm, and I think to date 13 community groups have signed the MOU, and I know for certain that a number of community councils have also expressed interest in following up as well. Thank you. Is it possible, I'd also like to make one or two referrals to the last submission, if that was possible, just as a conclusion.
In response to the point that were made about the Berryburn wind farm, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Yes, and you said you're a trustee of the...
Yes, I am. Yes, that's right.
If you'd like to do that.
Well, really, there's a couple of points I'd like to raise in the last submission by Mr. Kennedy. And a couple of the points raised by Mr. Higgs. As a trustee of Berryburn, I'd like to thank Mr. Higgs for recognising that Berryburn is such a well-run fund. But I have to correct him on his analysis of fund distribution. The trustees carried out a survey this year which showed that all community council areas that apply to the fund have received a fairly fair distribution of the funds in proportion to the population. So, for example, Forres has a population of maybe 12,000. Eden Killy, which Mr. Higgs refers to, I don't have the figures, but I wouldn't think it was more than a few hundred. So therefore, I would have thought that the 2.5% that Mr. Higgs refers to would be a fairly reasonable percentage given the population of Eden Killy. That's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hilditch. I'll pass over firstly to Mr. Higgs, if he has any questions of Mr. Hilditch. Can you see Mr. Hilditch, Mr. Higgs? I know it's a slight angle there, but...
I can't see Mr. Hilditch, but I know Mr. Hilditch, so I'm familiar with his look.
Please carry on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In your submission, Mr. Hilditch, there's no mention of community benefit, but you do refer to projects which can be supported by the income generated from shared ownership opportunity. Can I just check, is your inquiry submission restricted to the community ownership, or are you presenting evidence in terms of community ownership and community benefit?
I think you'll see from my written submission it just refers to community shared ownership. There's no mention of community benefit.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. The reason I ask is a lot obviously is made in terms of the potential opportunities for these projects, and yet in the minutes of the 6th of January of the Energising Murray Group minutes, it states that Alex Walker of Ecopia agreed with yourself that the return from the investment alone is unlikely to be sufficient to make the exercise worthwhile. The context of that minute appears to be suggesting the community ownership is merely a means to an end in terms of the community benefit. Is that correct?
I think that was at a very, very early stage of the formation of Energising Murray, and since that point we've managed to get a CARES grant from the Scottish Government. Part of the remit of that is to investigate the investment possibilities for the community ownership returns.
It's just that the prospect of a CARES grant was actually raised in the seminar that was held in the Alexander Bell Room in the Town Hall, in Elgin, and that was significantly earlier than the meeting of the Energising Murray Group. So there was already an expectation that the Scottish Government would be potentially support for a CARES grant.
Sorry, do you want me? I'm not sure what your point is. Do you need
Yes,
me
I was just going to ask. What's your question, Mr. Higgs?
My question is the future remit of the Energising Murray Group both community benefit and community ownership?
At this point in time, I can't speculate speculate what the future might bring. At the moment, our sole remit is to investigate the community shared ownership opportunity.
Okay. Could you outline some of the disadvantages of the Clash Gour development that has been specifically discussed and reviewed by the Energising Murray Group?
So some of the disadvantages that have been discussed.
Yes.
Sorry, again, in what context? Sorry.
Well, it's just that another set of minutes, both in November and January, state that the presentation to this inquiry will be a neutral case in relation to Energising Murray. The submission, I would say, is a very positive submission in relation to it. So in order to get to a point that was said it would be neutral, I'm just trying to find what disadvantages of these developments has actually been considered.
We as we've discussed all along, we have no say on we have no thoughts on the planning process itself. We are solely investigating that if planning is approved, what the potential is for shared ownership. So we've no real view either way at the moment.
Okay, thanks for that, Mr. Hiltridge. I suppose it's the same question I asked previously of Mr. Kennedy then. Given that the Scottish Government's good practice principles for community benefit clearly state that these issues are not material to the planning process, why do you think it is appropriate to present stuff which is not appropriate to the planning process?
I don't really think it's my place to make a judgment on that.
Okay, no further questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Higgs. Mrs. Ross, do you have any questions for Mr. Hilditch?
Yes, thank you. On the inquiry statement on page 3 of the paper copy, it refers to the proposed extension and the proposed Clash Gour extension. Can we confirm that it's not an extension?
Sorry, Mrs. Ross, which inquiry report?
It's Energising Murray, sorry. I think it's CD 13.8. Yeah, it's on the third page of my paper copy, near the bottom.
Do you have that, Mr. Hilditch? I want to look at it on the screen.
Which part is it in particular you're referring to, Mrs. Ross?
Inquiry statement for case Energising Murray. I've got current status. Maybe that's not it. Hang on. It's where... No, maybe that's not there.
Is it CD 19.1? Is that right?
or 13.8. I think it's maybe 13.8, is it?
Is that 13.8 that we've got?
Yeah, it's CD 13.8, I think, which is the inquiry statement made in March. And it's on the, as Mrs. Ross
That's it,
says,
bottom of that
on
one.
the third page, near the bottom of the third page, there's 2 references to extension.
Yeah, it's there.
So, sorry, Mrs. Ruff, what was your point about that statement? What was your question?
I'm asking, is it an extension or is it a new development?
Proposed extension means, that's the way you read it, I suppose, really. Obviously it means development rather than extension.
If it's an extension, it must be an extension of something, and there isn't currently a Clash Gour.
It's probably the terminology that's been used is wrong. I suppose for extension one would read development.
It should be development, yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's just
Okay.
Do you have any further questions, Mrs. Ross?
Yes, I
Sorry.
do.
Sorry.
Mr. Hilditch, you mentioned that there are agendas and minutes for your meetings. Now, are these available to, are they only available to people who've signed an MOU, or are they available to other community councils who have not signed an MOU?
well, as you know, anything that's discussed at a JCC meeting will be available to all community councils. So in broad terms, what we're doing at Energising Murray is minuted at JCC meetings. Anybody that requests the specific minutes of Energising Murray would be sent them out, yes. At the moment, we just send them out to all parties that have signed up the MOU. But they're available to anybody that requests them.
They'd be available to anybody who knew that they existed, presumably.
Well, any community council or through the JCC will know that they do exist.
But you don't post the agendas or minutes on a website or anything?
That's part of the process we're going through at the moment, will be to commission and set up a website.
Right. As a community council, apart from any agendas and minutes that have come out from the JCC, I haven't seen anything that's come from Energising Murray. I've got another question.
So, were you not invited to the conference in 2019?
Pardon?
Were you not invited to the conference in 2019 at the Town Hall in Elgin?
Which one was that? I went to one in Elgin Town Hall.
That's the one I referred to. So.
Yeah. Another question. Who are the MOUs between? Are they between the community councils and EDF?
I don't have the legal background to really reply to that, but
I
would speculate that it's between EDF Energy and the
I suspect that when
community
community councils signed up, they were signing an MOU with EDF. And EDF, Force 9, really only want to work with one organisation, and that's their prerogative. So those people who signed up, community councils who signed up individually, will then have to sign some sort of an agreement with Energising Murray.
I don't know at this stage, to be honest. Once the articles and the Constitution are finalised, I'd be in a position to comment on that. But in the MOU, it does clearly state that there will be one overall organisation taking the project further, not individual community councils. It states that in the MOU.
I've got another question. It's not every organisation or community council in Murray that's signed up to this. I understand there's interest from Granton, which is in Highland. So how does that sit with the title Energising Murray? Has Granton been consulted on this?
Yes, I would agree that there's 3 community councils out with Murray that are included. Can't remember the other 2, but they're all within the Highland area. Grantown, we've made contact with. The other 2 we've tried to contact on numerous occasions, and we're still trying to at the moment through our project manager, Sean Energy. But we're struggling to make contact with them. I don't know if they're active community councils or not. But it's more problematic making contact with them because they're out with our remit. They're within the Highland Council area. Mm-hmm. And just following on from that, we're in the process of our project manager has just recently drafted a document explaining shared ownership, which we were going to send out to all the relevant parties. They have been contacted in the past, but this is just an update on where we are at the moment. I mean, I can provide a copy of that if it's required.
Right. When you're formally constituted and when we can, do you anticipate holding consultation meetings throughout Murray and interested parts of Highland?
Well, we've already done quite a bit of public consultation, obviously from the town hall seminar we had last year, and we had a field trip to Huntly as well. But that will be an important part of the remit moving forward. Yeah, public consultation is going to be a key part of the process. Absolutely.
I mean, apart from community councils, I mean, I can only speak for Speyside. There are a large number of village councils, village associations and otherwise who possibly haven't been consulted on this. Would you anticipate involving village councils, village associations and community associations as well as community councils and interested third-party sector organisations?
We've had a number of third sector organisations have already signed up the MOU, but part of the project manager's remit will be to reach out to all these small community groups and make them aware of the offer. It's an ongoing process at the moment, yes.
My last question is, can you confirm that Energising Murray is no longer part of the JCC?
No, I can't confirm that because it's still in the process of being constituted. We're just drawing up the articles and memo at the moment. So the CARES funding was awarded to the JCC because we're not formalised yet, we don't have a bank account. Because we're trying to cope with the whole of Murray and there's so many different interest groups within Murray, we want to be sure that we get the constitution correct, so it's not something we're rushing into.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ross. I only have one question for you, Mr. Hilditch. I think in your statement you referred to building a regional network of hubs, and you obviously referred specifically to the Murray hub. So I'm just really trying to, perhaps if you could clarify what you actually mean by a hub what form does that take? Is it meetings? Is it a physical company, if you like, or based in a specific area? Just really looking at the practicalities of that, how it works.
Yeah, it's a fairly new initiative by the Scottish Government. We were only really made aware of it about a month ago. I think it's the legacy of the Climate Change Fund that they want to create these regional hubs throughout Scotland. They're not terribly sure of the format. They're a bit ambitious. They were hoping to create them by September, a minimum of half a dozen of them, and pilot them through till March of next year. It may we were consulted and were filled in the consultation papers. There may be just assessing all of those at the moment, but as part of the consultation process, they asked us to draw up a budget. So we drafted a cash flow for bringing the project forward and costs. And part of that cash flow included office accommodation, full-time and part-time personnel to run the project. So yes, it would be an actual entity. So it would be quite a pioneering project for Murray if it comes about.
And have you any concept at this stage about the number of people that would actually be involved in that hub, in terms of staff, employment?
I think that in the initial budget, and bear in mind it's only a pilot scheme at the moment, the Scottish Government are quite a bit vague about it themselves. I think we had budgeted for 2 full-time and 2 part-time staff in our cash flow forecast.
Thank you, Mr. Hilditch. Mr. Seaton may have a question for you.
Mr. Hilditch, are there risks for communities as well as potential benefits from shared ownership?
Yes, as part of the project manager's itinerary, they have drafted up a risk assessment for us. I'm not sure that I can list what they all are today, but we definitely do have a written draft of...
but financial risks would be involved?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Would energising Murray have happened without the proposals for Clash Gour?
Absolutely not. No.
And are community councils or other bodies who oppose the Clash Gour application able to join the initiative, sign the memorandum of understanding?
Yes, they are. In fact, I think Findern Community Council, who oppose the development, have signed an MOU. And I think there's another objector as well, Findern Development Trust, possibly. I'm not too sure.
Right.
But yes.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Do you have anything you want to add, Mr. Hilditch, in response to the questions that you've been asked?
No, not at this stage, thank you. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think we'll move, it is 3:30, but I think it would be useful to perhaps just carry on with the evidence from the local community groups. I think we have a table that is available. Mr. Higgs, if you wanted to come up and perhaps give your evidence. Thank you. We'll just take a couple of minutes to let you sit down. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr Higgs. I'll perhaps just pass over to you if you would like to read out your statement that you have with you today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Brian Higgs, and I'm here representing Findhorn Community Council. With the reporter's permission, I don't intend to read verbatim the written submission we made to the inquiry. What I'd like to do is just make a few points of emphasis on what has been submitted and why there is a strong objection to further wind farm development from the people of Findhorn in general and those of Edenkilly and Dunfale in particular. Can I start by saying the people of Findhorn are not anti-renewable energy? Far from it. An overwhelming majority of the people that responded to our consultation said that they understood the need for renewable energy and that wind farms have an important role to play in that. Even the folk from Edenkilly and Dunfale, who have been directly and significantly impacted by Berryburn and the Hill of Glashall developments, say in the majority of cases that they understand the importance of wind farms and they support in principle their development. But what they will tell you with passion, fueled by fear and trepidation about what the future may hold, is enough already. Our objection to the Clash Gour development, as to all of the wind farm developments currently being processed, is centred on the issue of cumulative impact. Almost every one of our concerns, if looked at from a root cause analysis approach, comes down to the sheer size and cumulative impact of what is being proposed across Murray in general and southern Findhorn in particular. In terms of the transient impact during construction, our community endured what could be best described as nuisance and on occasion at worst hazardous transportation of equipment and personnel for the previous developments. And now they fear even more from a development that will more than double the number of turbines in the area. No doubt we will receive reassurances and large ring binders with safe operating procedures to try to convince us that everything will be properly managed. This was done for previous developments, and still there were road traffic incidents involving contractors using quiet country roads like racetracks. And still there was an incident of a 75-year-old farmer having to do emergency repairs to a poorly maintained track. But we know that these are transient impacts, and the people of Edenkilly and Dunfale know that they will eventually pass. And if the development goes ahead, we will simply pray that none of the near misses become anything else. But what of the long-term cumulative impacts, the ones that we know will not pass, and the ones that they fear the most? The people of Findhorn know that they are privileged to live in a place of stunning natural beauty. I personally have only had that privilege for about 35 years. Many of the people in Edenkilly and Dunfale have family ties to the area that go back many generations. But whether they have lived in Findhorn for a year or a lifetime, they chose the place because of its inherent beauty. The Berryburn and Hill of Glashall wind farms have had a significant impact on the natural beauty of our home. But we must now look at the context of those developments in the context of playing our part for the national need for renewable energy and make our peace with it. However, the impact of Clash Gour and then Berryburn 2 and then Erect and then Cairn Diffie will be catastrophic, and I do not use the term catastrophic as hyperbole. The sheer scale and ribbon of wind farms that will stretch across Murray and the Eastern Highlands area will change the landscape beyond measure and damage it irreparably. Again, obviously the developers have presented folder upon folder of documents that say all sorts of things. Schedule 1 protected birds will be protected. The deep peat that forms the basis of much of our landscape will only be minimally impacted, and the drainage and water flow from moor to burn to river will be reinstated to pre-development standards and will cause no risk. Of course, we expected to read that, but the sheer volume of sporting material is colossal and totally unmanageable for lay people like us. It is presented with such authority that we find it almost impossible to doubt and challenge. For example, I've heard this morning the opinion that wind farm development has no proven link to adverse impacts on tourism. But from what we can understand, that opinion is based on a lack of analysis around fundamental market research of what motivates people to actually come to this area. All of the research abstracts I referred to this morning, which are freely available on the internet, talk of extensive surveys of actual visitors and prospective visitors to areas of Germany, Denmark, the Czech Republic and Iceland that have similarities to the Highlands of Scotland and to Moray. They all conclude there is a negative impact. I asked the question, if you were a hill farmer in Dunvale who was diversified into tourism to save the viability of your livelihood, who should you believe? And we see forestry, another vitally important part of our rural-based economy, that will need to be clear-felled to make way for the wind farm development. This forestry plantation would not be managed in the way it is proposed if it were not for the wind farm development. Instead of a balanced fell and replant programme which supports local employment over the long term, there will be an accelerated felling operation over a wide area in a short period of time. But, of course, there is compensatory planting that the developers are happy to commit to in order to offset the loss of this vast amount of trees. I am not a botanist and I am not a forester, but I do have a scientific background, and I know that the CO2 fixing capacity of a 6-inch sapling is insignificant compared to a 60-foot mature tree. But we shouldn't worry, in 15 to 20 years, that sapling will have grown into a tree of similar size to the one it was planted to compensate for. What happens to the CO2 that didn't get fixed in the intervening 15 to 20 years, I suppose we will leave to our children to worry about. The cumulative effect of wind farm development on soil and drainage, ground cover habitat and tree felling feeds another of our community's deepest fears, that of wildfires. In the spring of 2019, wildfires moved across the moors from Paul's Hill to John Stripe at frightening speed and intensity. For over a week, members of our community lived in fear of losing absolutely everything. And to put this in perspective, sir and madam, the fires got considerably closer to people's houses than we are today sitting here to Aviemore High Street. We have no doubt that developers will tell us that their construction and operations do not increase the risk of wildfires starting or the control of any fires that do start. We simply do not believe them. We have asked the existing wind farm operators, the Scottish Fire and Rescue Services, SNH, and the Scottish Government for evidence that shows no additional risk of wildfires from wind farm developments, and we have received nothing. We have been told that research, sponsored by the Scottish Government, has recently commenced, and we await the report of its findings with deep interest. In the meantime, we will listen to the estate workers, the farmers, and the rural workers that have worked this landscape all their lives. They know there is an increased risk, and they know it is not being addressed. And none of the concerns I've expressed so far even touch on the other elephant in the room relating to this. That being the prospect of the necessary electrical grid upgrade upgrade. Force 9 advised us in one of the early community liaison meetings that the existing grid will be at its limit by the time already authorised offshore developments are complete. Something will have to be done between Black Hillock and the Bewley-Denny grids. That might be a second row of pylons or replacement of the existing line with super pylons as per the A9. What will either of those do to the existing landscape of Murray? So it's the cumulative effect that we fear. The Eden, Killy and Dunfale community have made their contribution through the wind farms of Berryburn and Glash Isle, and we firmly believe the capacity for wind farm development in Murray and Findurn has been reached. I listened with interest to the evidence given last Thursday by Mr. Denny regarding landscape capacity, and that his view is there is no capacity limit other than that set by political will. As a community councillor, I have absolutely no right to voice opinions on national politics. I am here simply as a mouthpiece of the Findurn community. We would ask that the question of landscape capacity is looked at through the eyes of an independent layperson, not those of an expert representing the developer. I believe the legally trained participants in the inquiry sometimes define reasonableness as what would be considered fair by a person on the top deck of a Clapham omnibus. So we offer an invitation. Bring that person to Eden Killy. We will take them on a walk, perhaps to the top of the knock of Bray Murray, and we'll show them what is there now. Then we'll show them what is proposed. We believe we know what their response will be. Enough already. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Higgs. Mr. Chinnock will have some questions for you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Mr. Higgs.
Good afternoon, sir.
I've just got two questions. In your written evidence, you referred to aircraft lighting, well, we call it aviation lighting of turbines. Now, I can take you, if the need arises, but perhaps you'll trust me, at least to a degree, to a document submitted by Mr. Welch. It's JW either 12 or 13, it doesn't matter, say 13, which has on it the boundaries of Findurn Community Council area. So far as the map extends, it goes further north than the map, and also has properties marked, and the colouring shows where aircraft, the aviation lights will be seen. You know that there are now 3 lights for Clash Gour, not 80, and if I told you that there were 3 properties which might have some visibility of the lights, there's Ruckeln, which is actually in the site and owned by the developer. There's let's get the name right. There's John Stripe, which is also within the wind farm owned by the developer. Third one is Tom Chalk. Do you know Tom Chalk? And that's not owned, and that is the only other property in the community council area which would have visibility of aviation lighting. And the Tom Chalk, you would see 1 light. I just wanted you to be aware of that, and if you want me to show you the map, I'm happy to do it. Well, perhaps you'll accept that.
No, I'm totally happy to accept that.
Thanks very much. The second point takes us to what you say in paragraph 2.7 of your submission about grid connection. You say that should these wind farms be approved, it will become necessary to significantly increase the size of the grid connections. If, again, I don't want to start bringing documents out, but CD12 is the environmental statement, and in chapter 3 at paragraph 324, we're getting it up, that's good, it tells us about the Bury-Burn connection, which is either going to be just to the northwest of the site, in the vicinity of the 275 kV circuit that's already there, or it will be within the Bury-Burn site, in neither case requiring any off-site works, and in neither case requiring anything above ground. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that. I'm very pleased to see that. I was referring to a conversation that was held with your client at a community liaison meeting. And at that point, we were informed that there was a strong likelihood that grid upgrade would be required.
Thankfully not. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Chinook.
Ms Higgs, you referred to one location which you think we should go and see, which is the Knockabray Murray. Is there anywhere else in the Findurn area you think we should particularly go and see?
I think in terms of getting an overall impression of this ribbon effect that will come across on both sides in towards Findurn. So we have the Paulshill and Rothes developments coming from the east, and obviously there's the Cairndui. There's the recently completed Domnaclach to the west, and then there's the Cairndui. I believe that you've been to Ben Rinnes, which will give you a fantastic view of the western side. The Bray of the Knockabray Murray will give you an ideal perspective of what we'll be seeing from Findurn, because it will pick up both the encroachment from the east and the encroachment from the west.
We have no further questions for you, Mr. Higgs. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you. I think this would be an appropriate moment to take a break, and we'll come back to hear the ornithology evidence for the Rothes 3 applicant. Sorry, Mr. Trinick, yes?
Much as we like hearing more evidence, the Clash Gour team may take an early bath.
That's fine, thank you. We'll return at 4 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to move on. I think everyone that should be here is here, so we'll just carry on. We're going to hear the evidence from the Rothes 3 applicant's witness, Dr. Garrett, relating to ornithology matters. So I'll just pass over to Mr. Steele. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. By way of outline, I'll be inviting Dr. Garrett to read her original precognition, her supplementary precognition, and then the recent email, that is of this morning, from what was SNH, what is now, I'm told, Nature Scotland. We won't read all of it in the circumstances, but parts of it. Dr. Garrett, good afternoon. Could we go to your main precognition? Could you read out 111, just by way of introduction?
Certainly. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Claudia Garrett, PhD, BSc Hons, and I'm a Senior Environmental Consultant with Natural Power Consultants Limited. I'm an experienced ecologist with over 8 years as a professional in environmental consultancy. Can I then take you to 211, which is the background explaining some of what has gone on here? Certainly. Chapter 7 of the Rothes 3 Wind Farm EIAR and of the AI report presents the findings of the ornithological assessments for the OPD, which is the original proposed development, and the APD, which is the alternative proposed development, including assessment of potential disturbance displacement impacts of the proposed Rothes 3 developments to the historic Capercaillie Lek in Elkies. The EIAR chapter, in which a highly precautionary approach is adopted, concludes that were the historic Lek in Elkies to be viable long-term, and were it confined to its current location, there could be significant disturbance displacement impacts of the proposed development to this species in their historic LEC location. The AI report produced for the APD provided information to inform the assessment of a smaller scheme and also amended and refined the mitigation proposals to provide more of a focus on measures to be implemented within the proposed Rothes 3 development and wider landholding. The AI concluded that with the application of appropriate mitigation and positive enhancement, there would be no significant adverse effects of the proposed development on Capercaillie. The assessments in both the EIAR and the AI report are caveated with the realistic likely future baseline for the historic LEC in its current location, taking into account historic declines, the likely current status of this population, large-scale removal of the majority of suitable habitat in the locale of the historic LEC, and wider demographic factors and constraints. Initially, both SNH and RSPB objected to the OPD on the grounds of potential adverse impacts on statutory protected nature conservation areas and on insufficient detail of the proposed mitigation being provided to allow the competent authority to carry out a habitat regulations appraisal. Following submission of the AI and the SI in March 2020, SNH are satisfied that its concerns have been addressed and found that there would be no adverse effects on site integrity for the Darnaway and Lethen Forest and Annagach Woods SPAs, and they removed their objection to both the APD and the OPD, subject to measures contained in the SI being secured by condition. This is addressed by proposed planning condition 11. The concerns of SNH as advisor to the Scottish Government on these matters have now been addressed in respect of both proposed layouts. RSPB have withdrawn their objection to the alternative proposed development, but maintain their objection to the original proposed development. In light of the evidence contained in my inquiry report, as summarised in paragraphs 2.2.8 to 2.2.10, 4.1.32 and 4.1.33, and 5.1.2 to 5.1.5, and the withdrawal of objection by SNH as statutory consultee, I do not accept that there are reasonable grounds for this objection to be maintained. The potential regional benefits for Capercaillie and Moray associated with responsible development in this location outweigh any potential and unlikely to be realised adverse impacts. So then it moves on to the threats and future baseline for...
I think it would be helpful to read that out as well, please, Doctor.
Yes, certainly. Threats and future baseline, which is talking about threats to Capercaillie generally, but the future baseline of this population specifically. Poor productivity is considered to be the most significant threat to Capercaillie in Scotland and has been identified as one of the key demographic causes of the decline in Capercaillie numbers and range, along with climate change, habitat loss and fragmentation, and increased mortality. A healthy breeding population requires presence of individuals, fairly obviously, suitable habitat both for persistence and for breeding, and opportunities for dispersal both into and from the population. A decline in the number of birds recorded at the site during baseline surveys has coincided with extensive changes to the habitat and the location of their historic LEC, due to felling for disease control, and in the short to medium term, the LEC is unlikely to persist in its historic location. However, evidence from surveys also indicates that there are not sufficient numbers of birds present to make the population in Elchies viable in the long term. Records of Capercaillie from the 10-kilometre buffer surrounding the site indicate that the dispersal of male Capercaillie throughout the landscape around the proposed development is very limited and infrequent. Male Capercaillie do not generally disperse distances greater than 5 kilometres from their natal LEC, and there are no other populations of Capercaillie within 5 kilometres for new males to be recruited to this population from. Capercaillie breeding success is likely to be severely impacted by climate, adversely affecting both adults and chicks. These adverse impacts are likely to continue or worsen in future as a result of climate change. As such, the most likely future baseline for this species, in the absence of the proposed development, is that Capercaillie populations in Elchies will continue to decline. Other remaining areas of suitable forestry within the proposed development site and surrounding area, which could be recolonised by Capercaillie in the future, are currently unlikely to be due to fragmentation of their preferred habitat and movement corridors in the wider landscape. The status of Capercaillie populations in the region. As such, the likelihood that the wind farm will have significant impact on capercaillie populations at Elkies cannot be concluded without also considering the realistic current status of the species at the site, as indicated by the survey data, and in the wider region. From the evidence of the recent surveys, there is no longer a breeding population present within the proposed development site area, and due to wider demographic pressures and constraints, there are limited opportunities at present for the population in this location to recover. Continue?
Yes, please.
Yes. So on to benefits of the HMP, section 2.3. So a suite of measures are proposed in the OHMP, including predator and fence management to reduce capercaillie mortality, measures to mitigate disturbance, creation of brash piles for cover and boggy clearings amongst trees, and implementing measures to encourage blaeberry growth. The UK Biodiversity Action Plan for capercaillie highlighted that objectives should include supporting a coordinated management of networks of sites. One of the key issues to overcome is habitat fragmentation, and collaborative management at a landscape scale is increasingly important for capercaillie. The OHMP provides opportunities for partnership working to help to reduce impacts caused by fragmentation of the habitat required by this species at a metapopulation scale, and to facilitate dispersal between different subpopulations, thereby providing more widespread benefits for capercaillie in the locality of the wind farm and in the wider Murray region. So there are 3 spatial scales over which implementation of measures are considered in the OHMP. This is within development, which is within the site boundary of the wind farm itself, within land holding, so within the wider Elkies Plantation, Rothes Estate and Knockandow Estate, and also regional, so within Moray as a whole. This is a live and evolving document, which is also evidenced by receiving a response to it this morning, which commits to delivering benefits for capercaillie within the proposed development, while also continuing to investigate opportunities for providing wider benefits for this species at a within landholding and regional level in future. In order to give due weight and consideration to the possible impacts of development on a sparse and declining population, the precautionary approach taken to EIA within the EIAR and AI was based on assumed future viability of the historic lek in Elkies in the absence of the wind farm. So a precautionary approach which is not supported by the literature given the low numbers present in recent years. However, this approach requires to be carefully balanced against the financial investment in conservation that development would bring. In addition, the long-term monitoring which will be carried out under the HMP for the operational lifetime of the proposed Rothes 3 wind farm has the potential to provide research opportunities and valuable data to inform conservation efforts for this species. The HMP committed to by the applicant goes beyond standard mitigation for potential impacts and will provide substantial net benefits for this species at a metapopulation scale.
Conclusions, please.
So, in conclusion, to the best of my knowledge and based on the evidence, the historic lek is no longer active in Elkies and has not been for the last 2 years. Suitable habitat in the locale of the historic lek has been removed in the last 5 years for disease control, coinciding with a decline in the numbers of birds recorded in this area. The OHMP presented by the applicant commits to enhancing habitats specifically for this species, both at the lek and in the wider forest. And future viability of capercaillie population in Moray will require a strategic approach. Opportunities for this are presented by the proposed development. As far as I've been able to ascertain, these opportunities do not currently exist under baseline conditions. So, in my opinion, these factors mean that the potential regional benefits for capercaillie in Moray associated with responsible development in this location outweigh any potential and unlikely to be realised adverse impacts. This position is supported by NatureScot, as they are now, the statutory consultee for these matters, who have removed their objection to the proposed Rothes 3 wind farm, OPD and APD, subject to measures proposed in the OHMP being provided in the final HMP to be secured by an appropriate planning condition, which is proposed planning condition 11 for both schemes. This scheme commits to minimising impacts to and enhancing currently suboptimal habitats for capercaillie at the proposed development site, both now and in future, despite there being no evidence that there is a viable breeding population of capercaillie present at the site currently. And given the status of the species in the region, there is unlikely to be in future without considerable strategic conservation efforts being applied. The proposed Rothes 3 wind farm also commits to seeking opportunities to facilitate this wider partnership working approach for capercaillie conservation in Moray, no provision for which appears to exist currently or is likely to in the immediate future in the absence of funds associated with development. As such, there is no evidence for any basis to the RSPB maintaining an objection to this proposal, which offers much-needed assistance to the Capercaillie population in Moray.
Dr. Garrett, we're going to look at your supplementary precognition in a minute, but so far as your conclusions are concerned, does it come to this? Firstly, so far as the evidence that you have got is concerned, the historic lek location is not active. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that therefore are no Capercaillies there to be disturbed?
That's not strictly true. There are thought to be one Capercaillie female present, but it's not a breeding population.
Well,
its presence is not breeding.
Let me put that more accurately then, as you did. There is no breeding population to be disturbed, which is
correct.
The critical issue. Is that so?
Yes.
Yeah. And secondly, even if there was, contrary to all the evidence that you've amassed, even if there was, what actually, according to the evidence, would be likely to happen?
Most evidence points to the fact that they would be likely to move to more appropriate areas where disturbance was lower.
So this isn't exactly life-threatening or life-shattering stuff. Even if there was, then there's no evidence of that. They would simply move to a more suitable location. Is there evidence of that having happened near at hand?
There is. Yes, the RSPB response contained evidence with regards to Capercaillie changing locations at a site in the Cairngorms.
Exactly. Thank you. So really, that's the nub of the issue. There's no breeding population at the historic lake on the evidence, and even if there was, they'll shuffle along the mountain a bit. Is that about it?
More or less, yes. I think that's probably fair to say. Yes.
Thank you. Supplementary precognition, please.
Okay.
Do you have that in front of you? Fine. If we could take paragraphs 1 and 2 as read, because these deal with non-Capercaillie issues by Mr. Chatterton, albeit you've dealt with them as well. But paragraph 3 deals with the Capercaillie. Could you deal with that, please? Could you read that?
Certainly, yes. With regard to Capercaillie, Mr. Chatterton's response is based on the premise that breeding Capercaillie and resources to support them are still present at the site under baseline conditions. This is not supported by the evidence. He states that Capercaillie conservation comes down to habitat, lack of disturbance and predator control. Constructing a wind farm on existing terrain contributes to none of these elements. New habitat construction is genuinely laudable, but would take a minimum of 30 to 50 years to come to a state in which Capercaillie may thrive. I am unclear on the basis on which Mr. Chatterton makes these statements. The suitable habitat in which the historic lek at Elkies has been located previously has already gone, and with it the breeding population of Capercaillie in this location, as discussed in paragraph 2.2.2 and 2.2.3 of my inquiry report. As such, the location of the wind farm cannot be considered existing terrain in the sense in which Mr. Chatterton seems to mean it. The replanting that has been undertaken by FLS in this location will also take 30 to 50 years to come to a state where Capercaillie may thrive, as Capercaillie require mature forestry and habitat connectivity, so any plans for habitat enhancements at this site for this species are necessarily long-term plans, as mature forestry cannot be created instantly in extensive areas of clearfelled woodland. Far from being a cynical sham, Mr. Chatterton's words, sorry. Far from being a cynical sham, the extensive OHMP proposed by the applicant commits not just to habitat creation and enhancement to provide future assistance to and resources for a population which evidence suggests is no longer present, but also to facilitating a regional approach to Capercaillie conservation that is currently lacking in Moray. Measures to manage disturbance and predator control are also included in the OHMP, so in this case it is factually untrue to say that constructing a wind farm on existing terrain contributes to none of these elements. In fact, all of these elements and more have been considered and included as part of this development in discussion with NatureScot, RSPB and FLS. Regarding ornithology more generally, Mr. Chatterton makes several points, many of which are by his own admission based on his own observations and not supported by evidence, and so not possible for me to comment on in specific terms. With regard to his general points re the impact of wind farms on birds, the industry now has evidence from the last 15 to 20 years of monitoring at wind farm sites that onshore wind in the UK has actually had very little in the way of adverse impacts on bird populations. So much so that SNH, now Nature Scot, are refining the process with regards to the requirements for ornithology at proposed wind farm sites and are focusing efforts on gathering data regarding key species of concern or of particular sensitivity rather than all bird species. This is because they acknowledge that the experience over the last 30 years of onshore wind development has taught us a lot, and the impacts for most bird species are now well understood and relatively minor at a population scale. So contrary to what Mr. Chatterton states in his March 2019 letter, research does not provide any evidence that bird impacts are a real issue in the UK. This is not to say that individual birds are not killed or displaced by wind turbines, because clearly on occasion they are. But the robustness of the requirements for EIA in the UK mean that onshore wind has been cited by SNH, Brendan Turvey, PERSCOM, as an example of successes of our planning system in protecting bird populations. The expectation and burden of proof placed on wind farm developers at the impact assessment stage is greater than on almost all other forms of development, despite there being no evidence that wind farms have as great an impact with regard to bird mortality as, for example, overhead power lines, trains, roads, and in the case of raptors, almost certainly persecution, sadly. Mr. Chatterton himself acknowledges that he has found it hard to get to grips with all aspects of the PLI because of the sheer number of documents associated with it. In my view, this demonstrates the rigour of the planning system in relation to developments of this kind. The way the EIA process is implemented in Scotland is considerably more rigorous than elsewhere in the world. So comparing experience on different continents which operate under completely different regulatory frameworks and have different species and environmental constraints is meaningless. The UK does not, for example, have areas where large aggregations of migrating raptors are funneled by topography through narrow passes. As such, it is meaningless to cite the alleged impacts of wind development on bird populations on the Western Ghats in India as an example of the impacts of onshore wind per se. Many years of work goes into finding, characterising and assessing appropriate sites for wind farms, and I have personal experience of projects where quite far down the road of that process, it's become clear that conflicts with ornithological interest cannot be reconciled, and the developer has walked away, despite the time and money already invested in that site.
If we can take the next paragraph 7 as read, because that deals with peat, which is a separate issue, and 8, if you could read it, being your summary on this matter.
Certainly. In summary, environmental impacts of the proposed Rothes 3 wind farm have been assessed in line with relevant legal process and guidance and in consultation with stakeholders, and the outcome of those assessments has been accepted by the statutory consultees as being an accurate representation of the likely significance of the impacts associated with the proposed development. Mitigation has been developed and refined in close consultation with stakeholders, allowing them to agree with our assessment of no significant residual adverse effects with the potential for significant benefits for important ecological and ornithological features at the site and in the wider area.
And finally, could we turn please to the email we received this morning from SNH/Nature Scotland. It's about a page long, and I'd like you just to read that out, because we've only just received that.
Certainly, yes. Dear Claudia, thank you for presenting your revisions to the Outline Habitat Management Plan, OHMP, for Rothes 3 at Elkies Forest. We are pleased that it has been possible to incorporate recommendations we made in April, letter to DPEA dated 22nd of April 2020, and appreciate the clarification on how the Habitat Management Steering Group, HMSG, would operate. I'm afraid we don't have the resources to seek feedback from our ornithological advisor, but on review of the revisions, we are happy to wait until the HMSG is initiated to feed in any additional expertise, either from our own resource or engaging that of the Kappa-Cayley Advisory Officer. It would seem the most sensible use of our resources to wait until approval is gained and matters pertaining to the OHMP can be progressed further.
Just stopping you there, I note that they say that until approval is gained, not in the event that approval is gained, but maybe they know something we don't yet. Dr. Garrett, if you can continue at the next paragraph, please.
Proactive attitudes amongst all HMSG members will be very important from the outset, so that actions can take place in the best locations to maximise the connectivity of suitable habitats. This HMP offers the opportunity to test the efficacy of measures implemented to reduce disturbance on Kappa-Cayley, And in its role, the HMSG would agree what monitoring and research would be appropriate and of most benefit for future species conservation. Elke's forest functions primarily to produce timber, and the OHMP recognises that there may be constraints on where positive management for capercaillie can be located as a result of ground conditions and the need for the production of commercially viable timber crops. Uncertainty therefore persists regarding how well the positive management would integrate to provide enhanced connectivity on site, but until such detail is agreed, we accept that the revised OHMP represents a well-developed outline for the delivery of positive conservation on site that is, in principle, achievable. We appreciate the setting of the OHMP in the wider context of adjacent woodland developments. It illustrates how the Rothes 3 OHMP could help to reinforce the wider woodland creation happening locally. Effectively, the adjacent woodland developments identified in the OHMP are extending woodland cover, which was previously open moorland, westwards towards Darnaway and Lethen SPA, and other non-SPA woodlands that have had recent capercaillie activity. The opportunities for the HMSG to explore options for improving links with woodlands to the south and down Speyside towards Annagach Woods, SPA, should also be possible. We thank you for following up our recommendations.
Now, can you just explain, please, how do you regard that email received today from Nature Scotland? Positive, negative, or neutral? Helpful or unhelpful? How do you regard it?
I regard that as positive. Supportive.
And it also confirms that you've incorporated all of the suggestions or recommendations, as they say, that you made, they made to you, earlier in the year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So you regard that as positive and supportive, is that so?
Yes. Acknowledging, obviously, that there are areas that need further information further down the line, but that's always been said right the way through. And other than that, supportive, yes.
Super. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Garrett. Do you have a couple of questions? Just wanted to put a couple of points to you about the RSPB objection, and then I have one overall question. So, in the RSPB objection to the original, the RSPB obviously, as you said, object only to the original proposed development. They're not objecting to the alternative proposed development.
That's correct, yeah.
And one aspect of their objection relates to turbines being close to the LEC site, or possibly, in your evidence, the previous LEC site.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
So what the RSPB say is that there's no strong evidence in their objection dated, that's the 18th April 2019 objection, which was to the original proposed development. They say there's no strong evidence presented to conclude that the LEC is not currently viable and functionally extinct. And they say that they consider that the LEC can only be regarded as extinct if there's been no signs of capercaillie, I guess, for 5 years. The applicant would need to gather further data to determine this in the case of Elke's. Is that, how do you respond to that?
So the main response, I think, that I would give to that is the fact that we did collect evidence from the wider area. So the applicant actually purchased data for the past, well, we actually purchased data since 2000. Right up until 2018 at the point that we received that data, and it was for a 10-kilometre radius, and we were given all of the RSPB's records relating to capercaillie within the wider area. So we have sightings records, we have lecking records, and we know where those birds have been seen via very intensive survey work, needless to say, for a species that's as keystone as capercaillie are. And when you then look at the wider behavioural patterns of capercaillie and how far they actually disperse from their natal leks, we know that there would have to be populations of lekking capercaillie within 5 kilometres of the lek at Elkies in order for there to be new males arriving at that lek. So the point that the RSPB made that we don't know that there isn't a male still remaining there, obviously in the precautionary sense, no, we don't. And this is why when we came to do the EIAR, we took the approach of saying, however unrealistic it may be, we will assume that there is a population there. We will assume that there's capercaillie there and that there may continue to be so in the future. And so therefore we will avoid where we can, and then we will mitigate, and we will also offer quite substantial compensation, despite the fact that there's no evidence that there are any pockets of capercaillie to repopulate that lek. Mm-hmm. So we thought that was really the best balance, and as such, I think we have addressed the fact that we can't absolutely clearly state that there are definitely no capercaillie there by saying, okay, well, we don't think there are, none of the evidence suggests that there are, however, we will proceed as if there are, and we will hopefully put measures in place to mean that there can be in future, and that also any capercaillie in the wider area can actually reach Elkies via all of the fragmented, sort of the wider landscape fragmentation. So that was the approach we took.
Yeah, so the data that you purchased, is that the equivalent of doing the kind of survey that you did within the 1.5 kilometre buffer?
No, so the surveys that we did within the 1.5 kilometre buffer were fairly intensive surveys, but just within that core area. The data purchased from the RSPB is effectively environmental record centre data, although we did also purchase the environmental record centre data. But the RSPB have all the records of their own monitoring, all of the records of the monitoring that's undertaken in all the FLS forests. And they also get sent anecdotal, just records of people who've seen capercaillie while they've been out and about. So there's records from the national monitoring schemes in there, but there's also records of just lone birds that have been seen in woodland. So it's obviously it won't necessarily include every capercaillie that has ever set foot in Moray, but it's a fairly extensive data set in terms of this species.
Right. But nonetheless, you're making the precautionary assumption that there is a male there and that there could be a breeding population. So if that was the case, how likely is it that breeding population at that lek, assuming that there is one, would be disturbed by the erection of a turbine within 150 metres?
Well, this is where the point that capercaillie can move and will move becomes far more relevant, because basically I understand you're going to site. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So you'll see what I'm talking about when you go. But because of the extensive felling of the forestry that's taken place in that location recently, there isn't any habitat left for the capercaillie in that location currently. There is, however, quite extensive habitat sort of further south. So my honest answer to that question is I find it highly unlikely that any capercaillie will be disturbed, because I don't believe that they will still be in that location. And because they are free to move, and they will when disturbance is an issue. With regards to how capercaillie respond more generally to turbines, that's one of the things that there's very little evidence on, partly because wind farms don't generally sort of wind farms and Capercaillie is not something that comes up very often, as I'm sure you've noticed. So it's something that we actually have very, very little data on, and it's one of the things that I believe would be of great value for us to be able to gather empirical data on. Because that's one of the things that really became clear, was it's very hard to find that evidence. So I think the fact that there is still plenty of woodland there isn't plenty of woodland where they have been historically, and the fact that they're able to move and we can then actually find out whether there are any impacts associated with the wind farm to just local areas, and if they do avoid it, how, what distance do they avoid it by? Because that's something else we wouldn't know without carrying out those studies. I think is very valuable.
So, what degree of certainty or otherwise do you have that there would be no adverse effect on the integrity of the Darnaway and Lethen Forest Special Protection Area and on the Anagac Woods Special Protection Area as a consequence of the original proposed development?
I have very high confidence, given the distances away that it is, and that has been supported by Scottish Natural Heritage as well, Nature Scot, with the mitigation that's been proposed in the OHMP. They have agreed with our conclusions, because I think the biggest impacts at the moment on those two SPAs are the fact that there is nowhere for the birds within those SPAs to disperse to. And there's very little in the way of habitat connectivity, so there isn't very much in the way of a route for them to travel to Elkies and therefore be impacted. So I don't know if that's what you were asking. I have very high confidence, right, is the answer to that question.
Okay. Great, I think that's everything I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a couple of questions that relate to your recognition. Mr. Steele took you to paragraph 2.2.2. And you refer to the decline in the number of birds recorded at the site.
Yes.
And in your words, coinciding with the extensive changes to the habitat in the location of the lake, the historic lake, due to felling for disease control. So just really two questions arising from that. When you talk about the extensive change to the habitats, how have those arisen?
So the unfortunate situation that has arisen is that there was an extensive outbreak of red-band needle blight within the lodgepole pine that Elkies was principally comprised of over the last few years. Basically, it's been just a sort of fairly monoculture forest, and there has had to be felling of somewhere in the region of 250 hectares. 250,000 hectares. I'm not very good at my conversions. But yes, there's been very, very extensive clear felling to try and control that outbreak. And the majority of that has happened over the last 5 years, although I believe it was already in process before 2014. But we started our survey work in 2014. And when we returned in 2015, a lot of that forestry had gone. And in 2014, we still recorded, I think, 2 lekking males and 2 females as the maximum count. There were extensive signs of Capercaillie throughout the woodland, many of which were noted by the surveyors to be fresh. And there were feathers and also lots of sightings of lekking Capercaillie. The following year, when the surveyors returned and most of the forest in that vicinity had been clear-felled in the intervening year, there were no lekking Capercaillie seen, although I understand that the RSPB did record the rogue male as he became known. But there were no other signs of lekking Capercaillie, and very, very few field signs were recorded either in the vicinity of the lek. So all signs of capercaillie in the area basically had declined by, I think I said in my inquiry report, something like 60% decline in just the number of records. If you just take the rows effectively in our data spreadsheets, just the numbers of records that there were to be made had decreased enormously, indicating that there are very few capercaillie there at the time we went and surveyed in 2015, because they weren't leaving any field signs.
So in terms of the clear felling, that you're saying that was predominantly undertaken to control the disease, the needle blight?
Yes.
How can we be certain, as opposed to perhaps the standard commercial felling, if you like, how we can be certain that that's the case?
Well, this is what I've been told by FLS. So yes, basically we've been to see the site on several occasions and also spoken to FLS about it. From the FLS perspective, it's not ideal for them either, because they're in a capercaillie core area and quite sort of, I would imagine, also quite proud to have the capercaillie in their forestry. And they have been historically very good at managing woodland in order to try and keep the capercaillie population as healthy as possible, especially given the extensive nature of the FLS land ownership. They've certainly put a lot of effort, I think, in the past sort of 10 years or so into capercaillie conservation. So certainly from speaking to their forestry rangers, the loss of that large amount of forestry was certainly not something that they would have wanted. They have retained sort of small habitat patches where they can, and where the disease sort of allows them to. But it's certainly not what they would have wanted, I think. And we have also seen their forestry design plan, sort of several iterations of it over the last few years, and it changes year on year because something new's cropped up with needing to fell another section or needing to change how they're replanting it. So.
Thank you, Dr. Garrett. That's all the questions I have. Over to you, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam. Paragraph 222.
Ah, yes.
Do we there see that felling was carried out by the Forestry Commission, as I know it, FLS now, due to the severe outbreak of red band needle blight in this general location?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that over a wide area, whether it's 250 hectares or 2,500, doesn't really matter. But so far as this area is concerned, that it was clear felled. Is that so? Because
that's
of
correct.
that blight?
Yes.
Now, what did that do to the suitable habitat for capercaillie? What was the net effect for the capercaillie of that felling?
In that location, so all across the centre of Elkey's plantation, it removed it. Capercaillie require extensive mature forestry to thrive.
So as a result of that activity, which took place sometime between the spring of 2014 and the spring of 2015, there was clear felling carried out by FLS to do with another reason, namely red band needle, but the effect of that was to remove or decimate suitable habitat for the capercaillie. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And associated with that, did you both carry out surveys and also purchase survey results in relation to sightings of capercaillies in that general location?
We did.
Yeah. And if we look at the earlier paragraph, 221, do you there tell us when the last male capercaillie was sighted in that general location? And When was that?
I do, and it was 2018, I believe, that he had to be euthanised.
Yeah. That was the rogue male who was put down because he was injured. Is that correct?
He was injured, yes, that's correct.
And as a matter of interest, who carried out the euthanasia?
That I don't know.
Right. But he was injured, and is that the last known sighting of a male in that general location?
Yes, it is.
And notwithstanding the sighting of an actual bird, what other evidence is there to support any proposition that there is a male capercaillie in that general location?
There's no evidence of that.
Yeah. And is that notwithstanding the survey information that you purchased and the detailed surveys that you carried out?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. How likely do you think it is, given the work that you did and the information that you had, that you would have either known or not known if there was a capercaillie there of which you had no knowledge in circumstances where there was no suitable habitat for it to be in?
Extremely unlikely.
Yeah. Now, it's always impossible to prove the negative, but what is your suggestion, your professional opinion, as to whether there is or is not a breeding population of capercaillie in the general location that we're talking about here?
In my opinion, it's almost impossible that there is an undetected breeding population of capercaillie in that location.
For all the reasons that you set out in this document, is that correct?
That's correct.
Almost impossible. We can never say it's impossible, but almost impossible. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And even if it were possible, is the upshot that the breeding population would, according to previous examples, simply move to suitable other accommodation, so to speak?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Yeah. And in that context, how much of an advantage... Oh, no. I'm just told the signal's gone. And I've no idea what I've been saying, so I can't repeat it.
How are we doing, Graham? Is the signal still down? Mr. Steele, are you
I received that text 4 or 5 minutes ago, Madam. I just hadn't read it or couldn't read it.
Are you prepared to hold on perhaps for 5 minutes just to sum up, or are we...
Yes, of course. Of course.
Okay.
And this is obviously a very important, so far as this topic is concerned, this is a very important passage of evidence, I hope at least.
I think we'll take a break and see how we are in terms of the live feed. If we reconvene in 5 minutes, we'll keep up to speed with the IT position, and we can reconvene in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Right, that should be us up and running.
Okay. So we're resuming after small difficulty with the webcast. Mr. Steele, I think you were asking about how likely it was that a male, in Dr. Garrett's professional opinion, a male capercaillie, how likely it was that a male capercaillie would be present in the Alkies wood, in the Alkies population rather.
Sorry, thank you. You're not getting it. I'm being told we're not getting this upstairs, which means others are probably not.
Are we recording, Graham?
We're back on now, apparently upstairs. Well, let me, Dr. Garrett, I'm sorry about this. I know this is your first inquiry, and I know this is far from ideal, so apologies. In your professional opinion, and I think this is a question I did ask you earlier, what is the likelihood, on the evidence that you've got collected in the ways that we discussed earlier, of there being a male capercaillie or a breeding pair of capercaillies in this general location, on the basis of the evidence that you've collected from the ground and droppings and the likes on the one hand, and the clear felling that has taken place extensively for other reasons?
In my professional opinion, very, very little chance.
Did you say earlier you thought it to be almost impossible?
Almost impossible,
yeah.
Yes.
And I think I did ask you that we can never prove the negative, but insofar as your professional opinion is concerned, are you as satisfied as you can be professionally that there is no breeding capercaillie pair in that general location?
I am.
And if you weigh that, on the one hand, Dr. Garrett, against all the advantages that we propose and promote in relation to the outlying habitat management plan, which you list fully in your inquiry report and to a lesser extent in your precognition, where do you say the balance of advantage lies?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes.
Sorry.
If we weigh, on the one hand, the almost impossible prospect of the breeding pair, on the one hand, against all of the advantages that we propose in the outlined habitat management plan, what do you think, from your professional standpoint, is the correct outcome from the ornithological point of view?
From the ornithological point of view, I think that the benefits associated with this proposed development are an opportunity which does not exist for capercaillie under any other circumstances, and I think it's an incredibly important proposition.
And to take you to Mr. Seaton's question, whether you could be about whether there was or was not any adverse effect on the locality, do you say that there will be an adverse effect, or do you say that there actually will be positive enhancement as a result of the proposals in the management plan?
Net positive enhancement.
And is that clearly set out in your inquiry report with all the reasons for it, and in your precognition, that rather than being adverse effects, there will actually be advantages flowing from this proposal if consented from an ornithological point of view?
It is, yes.
Fine, thank you. Thank you. I've no further questions on the basis that my 8 or 10 minutes or whatever it is will be stitched back into proceedings and will form part of the evidence.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garrett. Thank you for your patience in the circumstances, and to Mr. Steele as well. That concludes our...
But before we finish, can I just ask a question about the conditions document that we've been provided with? I'm just looking at the document now. There's a number of comments. There are draft conditions and a number of comments in the two columns to the right. Now, in the previous, is this just a Word version of the previous version we had, which I think was one of the Rothes 3 documents, or is that a new? There's new conditions in there. There's changes in there.
So I'm afraid I cannot tell you that,
right,
because
perhaps
Nicola Martin is going to deal with the conditions tomorrow.
Or perhaps it's best left till tomorrow.
Well, I would be grateful for that. Cause
we'll have another look at the document and work it out. Yeah. Is that? Unless Ms. Martin wants to tell me. Perhaps it's best if we leave it till tomorrow, and you can explain what we've got tomorrow morning, yeah, rather than miss off the webcast.
Can I just check with Mr. Brown that you have that version as well, the latest version that's been sent through from the Rothes applicant?
Yes, I received it this afternoon.
Good. Well, we're finished today's proceedings, and tomorrow we'll reconvene at 10 o'clock, and we'll hear firstly from Mr. Chatterton, as agreed earlier, and we'll then have the discussion on the proposed conditions for both proposals.
And is Mr. Chatterton to appear in person or on a video link? Do we know?
He's going to be on Zoom, like we had the previous one this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks, Graham. Okay, so we'll see you all tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much.